Should I start rapping like Lil Dicky? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna start rapping like Lil Dicky because I don't know how to rap, and I'm not gonna attempt to do that. Anyway, give me 1 second. I have somebody calling me. I am terribly sorry about that, folks. Mark said he's going to be right back. I figured I'd just throw the link out there and start bringing people in because my buddy was calling me about some place that he got that wants to bring him in for an interview, and I used to work there, so he wanted to just know about some stuff. But anyway, welcome, Mark. And
sorry, I just was grabbing my stuff. Thank you so much, Leo. How you doing, buddy? How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm just trying to find my own stream so that I can actually like pin the link. Yeah, pin the link to the top. Because that's
yeah. Gotcha.
Because this is the first I wanted to mute, not pause. I don't even know where my mind is right now.
That's okay.
This is the first open mic I've ever done, so I am probably gonna botch a lot of things.
That's okay, buddy. That's all right. It don't matter. It doesn't matter, dude.
Yeah.
If you think I would not get up early and I would miss your 1,000 stream, you are out of your mind. There's no way that's gonna happen. I do got to take off in like about half an hour. Maybe
that's all good.
But I do want to be here and congratulate you. And I wanted to thank you for everything that I've learned off you, because I've learned a lot on the way that you address logic and address stuff. So I really wanted to say thank you for everything you've done, Leo. I really appreciate it. You know, you're one of the people that when I met you on Amy's, it was like this. I really loved the way you logically approach things, and I wanted to say, hey, you've been a real influence on how I've approached stuff. Of course, I got my own style. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, we need different styles and different tactics.
Oh, absolutely. I could not agree more. I think that, you know, I'm so thankful for people like Amy around who sort of uses humor. That you know, that's something that I'm amazed by. She's amazing with humor, and I don't think I can do that. Randolph, who is the kindest, gentlest, wonderful guy out there, you know, his style is amazing. I don't think I could do that either. Your style is really aggressive. I don't think I could do that either. But you know, it's all good, and none of it is invalid. You know, I know the other night we were sort of going, hey, you know, let him talk. That's because that's my style. My style could be summed up in 2 words: enough rope. That's
I was just about to say it's gonna have something to do with a rope, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so this is the thing. The reason, like, and I wanted to clarify this because I was thinking afterwards, and I'm like, I hope you don't take it as like, shut the fuck up, Leo. No. What I love is when Sunflower gets to ramble on. I know you hate it. I love it because he says the stupidest shit, like the dumbest stuff, and I love it because then you can sort of talk to him about it. But you know, we've each got our own style, and totally valid, man. But the things that we take away from others, like take from Randolph, sort of how to be really kind to a point of almost humiliating somebody. You know what I mean? Like, he is so nice. He bludgeons people, and Amy's humor and your sort of really awesome logical skills that you'll just tie people up, and it's fantastic to see, man. Like, it really is. I'm not surprised you're at 1,000. It does not surprise me in the slightest. Like, I only wonder. Well, I don't. I know why you haven't got to 1,000 before. It's because you usually don't do this kind of stream and stuff. You know, you're usually off holding someone's feet to the fire somewhere else, kind of thing. Yeah. But it's. I think you probably should have been there sooner. So how dare you? And what did you wait for? And no, congratulations, man. You definitely deserve it.
Thank you.
It's I don't know. Every time I interact with you, it's always fun. It's always a lot of fun. It's it's good.
And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, because my buddy called me. I didn't get to specify, just if I may. I don't know who's all gonna join. This is the first one, so I'm not a channel that's known for doing open mics and stuff. So I'm actually probably not expecting that many people to join. I also think there's a couple other people that are live or have premieres going. I think Emerson Green's got a premiere going on right now. So I have no idea how long this is going to run. If like when Mark goes, if nobody else joins, I might just ramble for a few minutes and then end it. You know, this was just sort of about celebrating. I didn't need to run 3 or 4 hours. I would like to start actually doing like a bi-weekly live stream on like Thursdays or something like that. Okay. But The only thing that's held me back from it is I just don't know how many people would actually join. Like Gurr has never had issues getting people on his streams because he's a streamer. He's known for hosting the open mic. Same with MathPig. That's why people go there, because they know that these are open mics. That's what these people do. I'm not known for that, so people just don't come to my channel for specifically that.
Leo, I think you're looking at it wrong, mate. I think that the whole thing about it is sort of, if you build it, people will come. You know, so what? You've only got like 2 people and a dog watching the first few times. Like, who cares? It doesn't really matter as long as you're doing. Like, I think there's an element to doing what you enjoy and what you're passionate about, and people will just gravitate to that. That's basically what I've been doing this time. I don't know. It's I'm no expert, but I think that's the approach I want to take. Is I'll do what I'm passionate about, and if people enjoy it, great. If they don't, well, I'm doing something that I'm passionate about. It's what I want to do. So there's no lose there.
And that's sort of the mentality I had when I started my channel. Is I knew it's like the first video is going to have 30 views, if that. Like, that's just everybody. Right. Everybody starts. Like, there was a time when Vosh had maybe 23 people watching his live streams rather than 2,300, or same with Destiny or Hassan or any of these other big people. R and Raw's first video probably didn't break 100 views. I don't know where it's at now, but so
yeah, absolutely. No, it's like doing what you want to do, and then just taking it as it comes. I think, but. If I saw your stream live, I would definitely join it. Like, there's no way I would sort of go, I'm not going to Leo's. No way, I'd join it. I'd join that stream.
I'm sure.
I mean, what I like about Amy is that she's got a really good setup for. This is what we're doing. This is the things. Like, she is way more organized than me. I got to admit, like, I'm terrible. I just have random.
She's good at she's good at producing and stuff too. So I think that
absolutely,
I think that welcome. I think that also helps out a lot.
Hello.
Congratulations, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mark, you said it. I thought it. Right as you said it. Build it and they will come.
Yeah, I do a lot of that. I'm sorry.
No, I think the one thing, Leo, that I think it's prime for you. I think there are 2 things that when you guys were talking. So one, you didn't get to 1,000 sooner because you were constantly on like Rebecca's channel, or you were somewhere else, just literally like destroying people with everything that you're good at, right? And I think that's to Mark's point of like, you were literally like busy doing somebody else's show or doing something else. So, but I think with this new like gamification of YouTube, or me being able to interact with like content creators that I watch and respect and follow and learn from, I can't imagine that if you did a once a week stream or once every other week, man, that you just wouldn't kill it, right? It seems like there's a big spot for that right now, and I'm really floored that more people don't join this sort of stuff. Like, you've got so many people constantly commenting, and I always thought, well, shit, why would I want to type if I could actually come on here and say hello?
Yeah, exactly.
It seems odd that these rooms aren't just full constantly.
Well, it depends on the person. Some people feel very vulnerable being on camera, and it just depends on what their style is. People are different, and that's okay. That's fine. We if you want to comment. If you want to lurk.
Oh, yes.
I think
the camera.
All of it.
I was trying to get your camera on.
Yeah, I don't know why it's being so slow.
Well, because when Darkened joined, his camera wasn't on right away, and I added him once it turned on. And when I added you, the minute I saw the next thing pop up, I just clicked add to stream. So I think when I added you before the camera loaded, I just wanted to specify so you didn't think I was kicking you out.
Well, I debated on coming on camera or not because I just got out of the shower and have like no makeup on. I'm sure I look like hell. So
you look fine, Bree. You look fantastic. Don't
everybody likes natural beauty anyway. Like, that's why I'm attracted to the particular person that I am. That everybody knows who I'm attracted to is because she's quite beautiful without makeup. Like, and does not wear a lot if she's not on like a movie set or something like that. And I've always been that kind of guy. I like look, makeup is great. It's a lot of fun because it's an art style. That I'm not referring to like like a makeup artist. Like I'm talking about the girls that put too much on their face. It's like, please stop. Like, but I know a lot of people. Oh, you're a man. You know, I get that. You know, I don't do the makeup.
There's psychological reasons why I do it, but it's more for cooling the voices in my own head than appealing to everybody else. So that's
I had a really interesting conversation with a psychologist about makeup and the effect of masks that we wear, sort of how much it disconnects you from people and whether that's a problem or not. And I think that in some cases it is, in some cases it's not. I think that we do wear masks, and some people do use makeup for that purpose, but you know, it's case by case basis. But it was a fascinating conversation over, you know,
we all wear masks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Speaking. I was quoting a movie. If you've seen the movie The Mask,
Ben Stein. It's actually quoting Jim Carrey quoting Ben Stein.
Yeah, he puts the mask up in the mirror. We all wear masks, metaphorically speaking. I fucking love Jim Carrey, man. He is so fucking funny.
Jim Carrey, he can be a bit much for me, but I think, didn't we have this conversation before? I've had a conversation recently on Jim Carrey. I don't think it was with me. Well, I do love his serious stuff, like Sunshine
Number 24.
Which one was that?
Number 24. That's serious. One's where he becomes like psychologically obsessed with. We can't hear you, my dark understanding.
Oh yeah, you're muted.
Oh, hi Bree. I like watching your stuff too. I've always enjoyed when you're on stream.
Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind.
Yeah.
No, that one's good too.
Mark, have you seen some of his new stuff, like the Andy Kaufman movie, or like
Man in the Moon? That wasn't bad. That was pretty good. Yeah, I have seen Man in the Moon. Yeah,
and he did this funny. There's another show that he recently did that I only was Mr. Happy or something. It's quite sad, honestly. Like when you, like it's, but he's done some more character stuff recently that I've enjoyed, like versus like the young. Now look, I grew up with In Living Color, so absolutely loved like his early stuff. But it's awesome to see like who he's transitioned into, both like on screen and off.
Oh, don't get me wrong. And there's stuff of his that I love, like Truman Show. He was magnificent, right? That was a brilliant performance. Just I like that kind of thing more than the over the top stuff like the Mask.
He started off really zany, right? I think Liar is probably a peak zany movie. Well, I don't know, a lot of people are Ace Ventura fans too, but I love Liar.
Liar. Oh god, that's such a good movie. When the cop pulls him over and he just starts going, I used to have that whole thing memorized and I don't anymore, and I hate it.
It's like, is that all?
Like, no, and it opens the tickets. Oh my god.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad film, I must admit. Like I know, but
this pen is. I'm sorry. That's another one of my favorite parts.
Mark's trying to give a critique of Jim Carrey's acting.
I accept my place in this group. I really do. I'm forever destined to take things seriously.
So,
no, it's fine. It's all good. I love it.
What about Robin Williams' serious stuff? Do you like that?
Yeah. But Robin Williams, I think that he was like, when he was mixing comedy and serious, like Good Morning Vietnam, that was really good. Because that turned real dark real quick, that movie. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's sort of zany at the start and then gets pretty awful. So yeah.
Well, he did a lot of serious stuff. I mean, like if you've ever looked at his early, like, you know, after like, or maybe it was during Mork and Mindy when he started to do like stand up back, like literally when the alcohol and the cocaine were just flowing, his stand up was amazing. I mean, up there with like Richard Pryor, the Eddie Murphys, and just like that era of like comedy.
And people don't recognize that he was doing serious stuff back then. He was in the Dead Poets Society. What was that, like 1980? Yeah, in the 80s, but
I have a question for you guys.
Gurr, I worry about Gurr's math ability. I really do. Like, I love you, Gurr.
I wish there were 100,000 people that liked what I had to say.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet, Gert.
I don't think we'd be the people on the panel if he was at 100K.
Oh, well, yeah, you
True
probably
that.
would be. I'm going to be honest.
No, you'd have your boy Vosh up in there. Maybe
I will
Merrick
hold
and
you to that, Leo. I will 100% hold
Destiny.
it. If you
Yeah,
make 100K, you better have me on.
If Destiny's on my stream, it'll be because I'm debating him on some dumb thing he said or
you
something like that.
have like Sargon on here having a debate if you had 100K.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sargon.
Sargon.
Would you debate Sargon?
Good old, Cargon? I would debate the shit out of Carl. He's fucking hilarious, dude.
Debate him on what topic would you pick? If someone said, hey,
Marxism.
That's a good one too.
The same thing I would debate Destiny on, just to carry on where Jack Gangstrike left off, because like just to kind of put it into perspective, whether you're a Marxist or not, whether you agree with it or not, that's irrelevant. When I am debating a subject, I am expecting my opponent to understand the subject. Just flat out. That's just the way that it is. I'm expecting my opponent to know quite thoroughly what it is we're debating. And Destiny definitely didn't know anything about Marxism. And he would literally like keep pressing Jack, well, why don't you explain this? And Jack's like, I can, it's just this, like, it's not, I'm not going to be able to explain it to you in like a minute or two. It's going to be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because this is some complex stuff, sort of hinting at that this is something I would have expected you to have known before coming into a debate on it. Like, why are you asking me to give you a dissertation on the subject that we're debating that you should know about? And then
explain to me what it is again we're talking about.
Yeah. And then Destiny's like, no, but seriously, just go, just explain it. And Jack is like, all right. And he starts going off and explaining, all right, so in the labor theory of value, one of the fundamental things is going to be, one of the fundamental formula is going to be C plus V plus S. It starts breaking it down. You know what Destiny does? He starts doing this and he starts playing his keyboard. Yeah, it's a wonder you don't understand the fucking subject. How are you going to sit there, come into a debate, not understand the subject, ask the other person to explain it to you, and then do something else while they're doing it? He's such a pretentious ass, dude. It blows my mind. That's how that debate went. So,
do you think that there's anybody that's right of center who does actually understand what Marxism is and then opposes it?
Honestly, no. For the same reason that I would say there is no creationist that understands evolution and is still a creationist. I don't think you can understand evolution and be a creationist. And I understand it might sound somewhat pretentious. I really do get that. But I think that if somebody really understands Marxism, they're probably going to accept the theory. Like, I don't know how it's like evolution. I don't know how you could genuinely, legitimately understand it and then reject it. I don't.
Well, apart from like the creationists, and it's really hard to not, right? Like at least a lot of like the basic principles. But what about like somebody like Synth Leo? I just found that kid on the internet.
Who was that?
There's a channel that I hate that I even subscribe to. It's called The Crucible, and they just like some of their stuff. Like, but there's,
yeah,
right?
that's
It's better than like Darth Dawkins sometimes, but literally it's kind of like why, like, I guess I'll watch Fox News every now and then just to make sure that I'm not going crazy or just kind of see what the other side's doing.
We've all seen Leo do the same thing. He hate watches Jordan Peterson and who else have you
Prager you?
Frank Turek.
Did
you Frank Turek? Right?
Yeah,
you did Frank Turek, right? Yeah.
Go on. Who
tank through?
Can I ask after my interaction with DD? I mean, who isn't subscribed to Tom Rabbit for that ridiculous shit coming out?
Oh, I love Tom Rabbit.
Yeah.
I thought I heard from Tom that a lot of his Darth Dawkins stuff actually doesn't get. I have heard. I don't know how true it is. I have heard around that Tom Rabbit and there's a couple other channels that like used to follow Darth. Tom's like the one that doesn't now, but that a lot of his Darth videos aren't getting the views that they used to. Like I think Darth at this point is kind of just burnt out. He was ran from Pal Talk and then went to Google Hangouts. He was ran off Google Hangouts and went to Discord. He was ran off Discord and went to Clubhouse, and then he was ran off Clubhouse and is now back on Discord. Like, I think everybody, like all the big atheist people, have had their fun with him. He's been on every major stream. Like everybody's just burnt out on him. He's permeated, into the community. There's nowhere else for him to go, and that's where John Lee and Matt Adams are now picking up.
I'm not a fan of Pine Creek, but I think it was after Pine Creek did his Darth Dawkins call in to his show or whatever, and you could hear the desperation in Darth's voice to be relevant and to be heard. And it's just like, oh my gosh, this is what happens when somebody else besides him has control. He has a total freaking meltdown. I mean, with Shane and Q too. Oh my God, I love that debate. I rewatched that at least every 2 or 3 months.
I actually rewatched that like 2 weeks ago.
It's so good.
Yeah, it is.
It's like watching Darth. I imagine that's how he really is with his therapist, right? If he ever had a therapist, he'd act exactly that way.
Yeah. Well, actually, narcissists usually don't go for therapy because they just cannot accept that they need to change. So it's apparently really hard to get them into therapy because their core beliefs are destroyed by even the idea that they need to address anything they're doing, kind of thing. So it's like, so
but not already perfect.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I think that, like, and I don't know if you guys follow, they've been on Tom Rabbit's channel a few times, but Clubhouse Debates does coverage more of Matt Adams and John Lee. They are way more entertaining than Darth. Oh my God. It's go ahead.
There's been, back when Jay Robin came out and he was like prevalent for a couple of months, there was like a philosophy, maybe student or grad student, Roger, I think I don't know if that's his name, but like there's been a couple people recently that have just kind of annihilated Precept in the sense of like, finally they found that weak wall and just punched through it. Right. And Precept. And I think that's why Jay Robin fell off. One, he was like, maybe a decent human being, and he was like, holy shit, I'm really just a piece of shit, right? Like, that I'm doing these arguments. Then they were like, he had some serious pushback by that kid Roger, and then there's been like, not the normal like Angstrike crew, but there's been a couple like random
outsiders
that have come in and punched holes in the Precept, and I forget what the one dude's name is, but he came up with an actual argument that the Precept, literally Darth just hangs up immediately and is like, won't even talk to him.
Was that Jeff Trimble?
Yes, I think that's the name.
I don't know who that is.
Because I think it started with all he would do, like he did it to Darth and he did it to Matt Slick, was just ask them, so like, what's the justification for the first premise? But then I think that like him, and he was talking with like Jack and Detroyer and all that, and I think that I might be mistaken on this. I'd have to, like, Danny would know more. He's kind of in that group more than I am.
Bill Talk Danny, yeah.
I'm not really a part of the Ang Gang, as they call it. I think that he ended up like formalizing a little syllogism that they just don't know what to do, And it's pretty funny. Jeff was on him for a while there on Clubhouse. He went after Matt Slick, Darth Dawkins, Jay Robin, Matt Yester is the other one. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or am I thinking of Matt Yester or Matt Gruber? Somebody like that. I even think he went after Eli Ayala, who is a more prominent Precept, more of like the academic, the nice guy academic type rather than the Dick Holt.
Precept, right?
Yeah. Technically
I'm
speaking,
sorry to interrupt. I've got to run, get ready, and go. So I do apologize, Leo Champ. I love you, man. You're amazing. Don't stop. It's only the beginning. 1,000. How do you feel? Just one word to sum how you feel.
Motivated.
Nice. Fantastic. All right, man. I wish I could. I really wish I could stay. This sucks, but life calls. So
life. Yep.
I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, good to see you, Bree. I'm sorry. I don't think I've met you before. Dark and Understanding it.
I'm Sean, Mark. We've talked a couple of times, but that's
have
fine.
we? I'm so sorry.
I'm not memorable. It's okay.
No, that's okay, Sean. I definitely will remember you, mate.
I kind of like your look, babe. It's the hair up and the sunglasses. Yeah.
It's a nice beard, yeah.
That's called
the regular glasses.
I'm old, Bree. I need like 3 pairs of glasses at all times to see like here and
shit.
here.
Know that feeling.
Yes.
All right, we'll take care, and I'll see you guys soon.
You look sharp,
Bye-bye.
Mark.
Take it
Have
easy,
a good
Mark.
day.
Thanks for swinging by. Isn't Mark at like 500 now, or a little over?
Yeah, he's growing pretty fast.
I really like his Reed's Royal Room Rumbles. Those are I really do like. Yeah, 580. He's doing really good. Really fucking good.
Thinking.
And he's got, let's see, 577 views, 936, 241. He's got good views too. Yeah. Well, but Mark's likable. I mean, he's smart. He's articulate. He's respectful, charitable. I mean, people like that are gonna,
And
get
he's one
successful on
hell of
YouTube.
he's a hell of a debater.
Oh yeah,
Like that-
he's
yep.
really good.
Yep, he's got a good methodology
Mhm.
for engaging with people. I
Oh
think.
yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, welcome, Ness. How is it going, my friend?
It's going very well, thank you. And also, congratulations with your 1,000 subscriber count.
Thank you. Now we need to get Mark there. We need to get fucking Speed there. That's what we need to do.
Hey, I'm not there.
Yeah, but you're close though,
Yeah.
Have you
I'm
dropped
like
into 100
810.
away?
I'm like 810 right now. I'm
Okay.
not far. But
And
I'll
then
get there
Amy's
eventually.
at like 1.5, I think.
what's that?
I think Amy's at like 1.5, or is she closer to 2 now?
How is Amy only at 1.5?
I really don't know. It blows.
Man.
1.26.
Oh, I would have thought she would have been. Oh, I don't know what, but more. Man.
I have a feeling some people would probably say that she's not like higher than she is because I join her streams and I'm just an aggressive asshole, which I can be, but
she's in a hard time frame too. So she's for our community, she does great in that time slot because there's not anything that goes on, hardly anything that goes on after 10 o'clock Central Time. I go like hang out with and watch Tang Gang or something like that. Watch Oz play music because there's no conversations happening.
I don't know how Tang isn't like they're at I think right around about 3.5. Like there's actually quite a few channels. I like the Skeptic Haven or just Skeptic Haven. They used to be Promethean Secular Frontier. They're over 1,000 now. They're at like they're 1.24. Their production value is really fucked. They should be at like 50K subs. Like that channel is really fucking good.
Wes and Kat and I mean that whole team over there. It's
they've had Aaron on. Like they've had some pretty prominent figures.
had,
I don't understand why they don't have more subscribers.
They had what's her name? Carl Sagan's daughter.
Did they really?
Mia? They had her on twice. Manda was on with her. I know because Manda fangirled about it. Mama, yeah. Because that's her hero, Carl Sagan, and she's like, I can't remember her first name. It's driving me crazy. Her last name's Sagan. I want to say her first name's Mio, but I don't think that's right.
I'm trying to. I need to talk to Wes because I wanted to get on Secular Soapbox just so I can lecture the channel on Marxism. Because the way I look at it is, I think Marxism and secularism do go hand in hand. Marxism is an intrinsically secular theory, and so I think that on a channel that does a lot of secular stuff, and I would argue that Skeptic Haven is a little bit more of a left-leaning channel as well. Skeptics tend to be, though not all of them are. I just want to make that clear. Not all of them, but I do think that atheists tend to be a little bit more left-leaning than other demographics. And I just think it would be a really good topic for the channel to kind of really give people a really good understanding. I should probably stop. We're not here to listen to Marxism. I'm just going to shut
No,
up.
it's
I want to hear other
this is
people
your
talk.
channel that we're celebrating.
Yeah, but
the
I don't-
stuff that you're talking
I don't wanna-
about. The stuff you built this channel on. You've had plenty of Marxism debates. I've watched them. I know you paired up with Stephen, who's also a fellow Marxist, and had your debate with who was on the opposing.
That was
team?
John Maddox and CJ Cox. That was
See, that's two people that didn't come into the debate understanding what the topic was. I would still say John doesn't understand what Marxism is. I've talked to him about
Oh,
it.
no, not even remotely. Not even remote.
To agree to come on and do a debate about Marxism when he doesn't know anything about it.
And then I debated T-Jump on it, and T-Jump didn't know it. I know I rag on T-Jump a lot. I don't dislike T-Jump, and I don't think he's a bad person. My criticism with him would be I think he's intellectually lazy. I don't think he reads as deeply as he could in these things. I think he talks about things that he's not, that like he's got, like he knows about the idea, but he doesn't, like he hasn't went and read like a book on it. And to me, I call that intellectual laziness. Like you're reading just enough to know the big words, but you don't really understand what it is that you're talking about. It's either that, or it's just that he's just rhetorically lazy and just doesn't care to explain and go into depth in detail. But I don't think his understanding of Marxism was very strong. Snake had a much stronger understanding of Marxism. I would say that the one thing I think he got caught up on was misunderstanding. I think this is where it is for pretty much everybody who critiques, particularly specifically the labor theory of value, is that they just don't. And yeah, you know what? Carol's on a point. I should probably add some wrenches. Is that people get hung up on what value means in specifically Marxism, and that's the big thing, I think, with respect to particularly the labor theory of values. People really get hung up, and it's not like it's a bad thing. I think it's sort of just a thing that happens. Value is generally quite an ambiguous term. There's a hell of a lot of contexts that it could mean something in. And I think, and that's why I don't really know how to put it. With Marxism, my approach is a hell of a lot different. I live in Iowa, so I don't know who here know. I mean, obviously Bree does. I think that Sean might. I don't know how up to speed Ness is with like different states and political demographics. But Iowa is in the Midwest, a very rural state, quite conservative. Has moved more from being a swing state to I would argue, a reasonably solidly Republican state. Unfortunately, I have.
I'm right there with you. The area of Illinois that I'm in, I don't live in the blue part of Illinois, which is Chicago, that turns the rest of the state blue. I live in the very, very red west.
The rest of it.
Yeah, over by Iowa, a couple of hours from Leo.
In the south.
Flyover states or what have you.
Those flyover states. That's a good song. I will. That is a good song by Jason Aldean. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. I have explicated thoroughly Marxist concepts to these Trumpist conservatives around here before, and I didn't use any specifically Marxist terminology. I think a lot of people would be surprised the amount of these conservative farmers were like, hell yeah, man, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's
James
a good idea.
Exactly. Everybody does. Unless you're a Marxist, that's what you think a Marxist is.
They think all Marxists are tankies, and it's like, no. Haas, infrared Haas, that is what a Marxist isn't. Vosh calls himself a Marxist. He doesn't really talk about it that much, though. But he's got a particular style. He's explicated it. I understand. Like, you want to talk to like a Marxist, Pogan, Jack Angstreich, I guess myself, Socialism Done Left, Brenton Langel,
Cider and Port.
Yep. Who's the other one? I don't know if they would.
Ben Burgess is a socialist. I don't know. I don't want to give Stephen a label.
And that's what I was going to say. Ben Burgess. I don't know if he's a Marxist, but I'm pretty sure he's a socialist. Yeah, Richard Wolff is also somebody who's got some good some good stuff on it. I don't know if Wolff's debate tactics are necessarily the greatest, but his book, Understanding Socialism, I didn't read the whole thing because I've read like parts of a lot of books, what I can find access to on the internet. I think I read like 7 or 8 chapters out of it. It's not bad.
Yeah, and I can show you the use like socialism at its peak with hymenopterans and lots of data. They have perfect systems. And people always say, "Oh no, bees are a monarchy." They're not, though. The queen isn't even in charge. All she does is lay eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And produce
See, that's what I've heard. Is that the queen really isn't like in charge of the colony? Is there really somebody in charge? Like bees?
There is like a union, like a sisterhood or a union. They're all clones of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a hive mentality, right?
Yeah. So all the workers are clones, and then there's that like a hierarchy among them.
It's called a super organism. Basically, the whole colony behaves like one organism. Like you have specialized individuals, like one reproduces and another one forages for food and such. Yeah. It's
and isn't
a caste system.
The queen's like a beacon as far as that goes? Like
she just produces pheromones and lays eggs and eats. The males are completely worthless.
Basically, your body is also composed of individual cells, and some cells produce gametes, like sperm or eggs, and with the colonies, there's a higher level of organization. Instead of cells, the individual organisms are divided up in the same way. Basically.
I'll be right back.
And we've seen it happens multiple different ways genetically, because termites are completely different from like hymenopterans. So the way that they socialize genetically is a completely different process than what you see with bees. It's crazy.
Isn't the bee? Isn't there something with like the so if the queen dies and they don't reproduce another, like there's not another queen, the bees like they all go their separate ways. But there's also a friend of mine did what's it called when you raise bees?
Beekeeping.
Yes.
Apiary.
Thank you, Bree. Apiary, right? Mm-hmm. So but isn't there another thing like where literally it's a race to the queen, whichever queen's born first, they
the nuptial flight. Or
she eats the rest of the fucking like larvae or whatever they are.
I thought you were talking about something else. Okay, so that's because that's more in ants, but with bees, they will feed the larva. All they have to do is feed one of the worker larva, feed it royal jelly, and it causes it to have polymorphic genetic responses to the royal jelly, and grows into a queen, which is able to produce eggs. Now, maintaining and producing royal jelly, as long as we have the sisterhood, like I was talking about before, and they're maintaining things, they can actually maintain a queen. And some of them can, and when the population gets to a certain point, they can actually take some of their royal jelly and some of their larvae and go and build their own colony elsewhere.
I had a quick question. Mm-hmm. Is royal jelly made by the queen bee?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, I didn't think so, but I wasn't sure. I thought that I might have heard that, but I was thinking, like, I don't think that's correct. I believe
it's produced by the worker class.
Okay. The working class, which produces everything, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're a representative group of worker class. They're all clones, like I said, but then there's the worker class, and then there's the I don't know what you call them, slave class, but there's the soldiers, there's the it depends on the species too. Not all groups have all of these different classes. Like some groups, like hornets, for instance, only have just one class. Bumblebees don't have all these classes. Excuse me.
It's varies from species to species. Like you have also also solitary wasps who will they don't have any socialization, but they also something in between where they will fight for dominance, like, oh, no, I am the queen, and they will bully each other like crazy all the time, basically. But in the honeybees that you are familiar with, it's more controlled using, like, for example, as you mentioned, the royal jelly. Which one, I guess, would be the queen is more controlled with pheromones and such. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll make the sisters will make a new queen while there's a queen existing. There's already there, and she's like helping support her own replacement, and then they oust her.
Right.
I have a quick question. Was somebody trying to share their screen, or did I just hit a hotkey?
No, I
did not.
Okay, because it came up, and I was like, and then I click cancel. I thought I might have hit a hotkey, and then I was like, wait, was that somebody else trying to share? And I just like shot it down.
Maybe it was somebody trying to fill that extra sport.
Yeah, like what I highlighted the comment, then I wrote sport, and I unhighlighted it. Like, oh, that's a little embarrassing. Oh god, you gotta love humans, man. Or do you?
Hey,
do you
so
really though? Yeah.
well, we're all pretty terrible on some level. Hey,
Well, it's true.
Speaking of which, if you engage P-Town at all, let's not do the tired Job argument, one, and then two, yeah, P-Town, I hope you're feeling better. Like, I hope you're not sick, and I hope you have all of your books. So if you go to Leo, you don't have any excuses.
So hold on. You take my favorite book of the Bible, and then you're like, "Oh, we can't talk about that."
The job section, as I call it.
It's a tired argument, dude. It's like Job, and then this ridiculous, like, what was the other one he likes to push? Is like the sun and the moon. Like, we perceive the sun and the moon to be the same size, but I mean, which is just a ridiculous argument, right? Like, we perceive them to be the same size. Look at how fucking glorious God is. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'll let him spin it for you.
Are you talking? I like the Behemoth and Leviathan. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask a quick question, if I may. Does anybody know who Big Bad Mama is? I feel like I know who that is, and they're just under a different name. Or is this somebody who is new to?
It rings a bell, but I'm not familiar.
I know Big Bad Mama. She has a funny channel where she does like roast of like Hovind and Matt Powell videos and stuff. Just like
so is she a newer face in our community?
Yeah,
I've seen her around about the last month.
As a content creator, she started off. I met her trolling. The side chats of Standing for Truth and Kent Hovind official. The side chats there. She started off trolling there, and then she started making videos and started engaging with the people that were in the Hovind debates and stuff. And here we are.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with her. I was just thinking, do I know who this is? And it's just like somebody who changed their name, or is this somebody that I haven't seen? But I don't have any problems with her at all. I should say they, because the name doesn't necessarily mean that they identify her. Okay.
Yeah, but there's some funny little sketches on her channel, just made up of cut up like Dinosaur Adventureland videos and
good old Dal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I feel
that was actually a question that I had just to bring back the topic. Like I would imagine that, as you said before, that a lot of people associate Marxism with like the Soviet Union, and I probably suspect that most people think that Karl Marx is Russian. Was Russian.
They do,
because they are literally. I did want to say quickly, Speed. There's one more sport in here for you. It's nice and warm.
But my question of the night. But my question was like, how much did the Soviet, or how little, or how much did the Soviet Union basically adopt Marxism?
I don't really think they did. I think that like Trotsky, Lenin, Stalin, he's where things start to get a little iffy. But I've read like Trotsky's The Transition. I've read parts of his book, The Transitional Program, State and Revolution by Lenin. They're not bad works. So a lot of the stuff that is like based as fuck. Trotsky was all right. Lenin had Trotsky killed. That was kind of his downward spiral into totalitarian. Like the thing is, a lot of these guys, they just, once they got power, they just didn't do Marxism. But I don't know what it means to do Marxism. I'm kind of just speaking facetiously. They did totalitarianism. Yeah, like that doesn't make Marxism totalitarian. It means that they didn't do Marxism. Like that's like if you talk about how much you love democracy and then you get elected,
is Marxism explicitly democratic?
I would, so Marxism is not. Marxism is a socio-analytic methodology. It's not really like a political ideology like totalitarianism or fascism.
The government's made up of
unionized
representatives of different trade groups. That's how
it'd be like socialism.
Your government wouldn't have representatives from different individual industries, but from the people's representative in a union. Sorry.
Yes. No. I saw the comment from James. You're Stalin. Not I. Every time every time I mix that up. I'm going to say Stalin. Stalin had Trotsky killed, and that was kind of because like at first Stalin seemed like maybe somewhat based, and then he had Trotsky killed, and I was just kind of like.
Oh. I think if you want to get speed in here, we should probably switch the topic to something sciencey, or he's not gonna.
He's welcome to come in. He's welcome. Well, he can come in and change the topic. I'm all in favor because there really isn't one for this.
Yeah,
but I don't know if he's busy
we don't
or
have to have
anything.
a topic, but yeah. Is that your dog in your avatar there?
That's a pretty looking dog.
That's one of them. That's one of them, Bree.
What's the breed?
She actually, so our last chicken died of I think taken by a fox a couple weeks ago, if not maybe a month at this point. So bear coming out of the chicken coop last night, we come outside to walk, and this bulldog hits that bear at full speed, and it was just a terrifying.
She's an American bull.
She's an American bulldog. Yeah, well, a friend of ours gave her. Yeah. Thank you. She's wonderful, but she literally like latched on to I don't know,
a bear. Did you say it was a bear?
A black bear last night was in the chicken coop eating the rest of eating like the old chicken feed.
Oh wow!
Didn't go for the chickens, went for the chicken feed. Well, I don't know if you got chickens in there right now or what, but went for.
I've seen little wiener dogs or Pomeranians chase a bear away before though. So
well, lucky we live in Georgia, so it's black bear, right? So they're kind of
grizzly bear wouldn't mess around.
Oh,
right.
Nah, yeah, I'll take a pass. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, except for grizzlies. Grizzlies will kill you dead.
Yeah, you reading old stories about like grizzlies, like from the Lewis and Clark diaries and stuff, because they didn't have their ammunition wasn't powerful enough to take down an animal like that.
No, absolutely not. You'd be lucky to do it with a 40 or a 45 if you're close enough and you get the shot in the right place. Now, a 12 gauge will drop a bear. That's not.
Yeah, and you need a rifle. I mean, that's the. And I don't typically I mean, when we're outside walking the dogs, there's nothing available to me. But most any of our home, like any of our guns just aren't going to do much to a bear.
Even among brown bears in general, grizzly bears, they're something else. They're on a different level just of their behavior. Because before we wiped them all out and drove them into the mountains and everything, they were the caribou hunters, right? When the elk would come down, or not elk, when the caribou would come down the side of the Rocky, on the east side of the Rocky Mountains, when during the winter they'd come down to the Great Plains, and that's when the grizzly bears would come down from the mountain and do their big feasting, because they would in the spring was when the caribou would lay their eggs. Have their babies.
Their eggs.
When the caribou would have their babies.
You guys will never believe what I just discovered. Imagine that conference.
The bears were waking up in the spring, and there was a fresh young caribou to eat, and that was their lifestyle. So these big Freddy Krueger claws just to take down they're more predatory, like they're macro predatory, like almost on the level of a polar bear, right? I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Maybe Scott wants to beat Speed in here for the last sport spot. That's what I mean. It's a joke because I typed one spot open earlier and I typed sport instead of spot, so that's the joke for the night. But yeah, if I was bear hunting or something, which I would never hunt bear because I wouldn't eat bear. I've heard that like in very like niche instances of its preparation, it can be decently good, but that it's generally like really like greasy and gristly, and I'm not going to eat bear. But if I were hunting bear, I would take like a Marlin 1895 45-70 caliber shot in it, because that'd damn near not. I don't know if if you had shot enough times or in the right spot it would, but it probably wouldn't drop an elephant. But I mean, 45-70 is not the largest you can go. I mean, I think it's not 50 cal, is it?
So Leo, you know what they use to hunt bear around here?
I actually don't. Do they use pistols or rifles?
Two of those dogs that are in my picture.
Well, I mean, shit. Yeah, if you had a couple of, pit bulls, that'll
do
the trick.
Well, American Bulldogs are a little taller and leaner than a pit bull.
So she actually comes from a friend of ours in North Carolina that bred champion. They call them catch dogs. So they use bay dogs to corner the bear or the hog. And this is just black bear, right? Because black bears aren't like grizzlies. Like a grizzly will just wipe. But the short of it is, the bay dogs corner the bear, the hog, and then they send in 2 Americans. I think they've strayed away from using Americans, and they mainly use pits now because Americans are a little bit smarter than the pit bulls, and their pain tolerance. This dog's pain tolerance is insane, but the pit bull's pain tolerance is a little bit more, and the pit bulls will just stay until it's done. Whereas if the American gets hurt, the Americans have a tendency to like back out of the fight. But her prey drive is insane. Like we've never had a dog like this. We have labs and rescues and all kinds of things, but her prey drive is off the fucking charts. Like squirrels, deer, anything that's in her territory, she goes after. And last night was like literally, I don't know how to big bears, but this bear had to be 5 foot standing on 4 legs.
Damn.
It's huge. Yeah, and she had like it was on. Like just it was crazy.
Yeah, dude, you couldn't pay me enough money to fuck with a bear. Like I just couldn't. Fuck that. I think I'd rather fuck with like a moose before I'd fuck with a bear.
That's not exactly gonna. Well, you have more chances of surviving a moose attack, I think.
But look, have you seen what moose do to cars out west?
Yeah, no, I was just being facetious. I would not fuck with a moose. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe not a grizzly. Maybe. See, pitting up animal versus animal just really comes down to like age and just how because if a moose is aggressive enough, I would bet a moose could probably fuck a grizzly bear up. I mean, but
I can tell how much somebody knows about an animal because I ask them this question. I ask people this question all the time just for fun. Would you rather be locked in a bathroom stall with a Komodo dragon or a panda?
Oh, I see. I almost want to say Komodo dragon, but I'm really not sure on that. I'm really not. I don't know how to answer that. I don't really know.
I'm going to be the brave one here and say panda.
I definitely going to say Komodo dragon, like without a doubt.
Our panda's kind of a little, violent, or what is it?
Yeah, but pandas are bears. I mean, they're active. They
would it depend on? It would depend, I guess, on whether or not you knew there was a Komodo dragon in there initially. Yeah. Because those things can sneak up on you and take a bite out of you, and you've had it.
Yeah.
It'll take longer to die, but a panda might be friendly enough. I don't know.
If the panda kills you, at least you will die warm and fuzzy.
It's like that in history is the guy who got killed by a panda, though.
Have you guys seen the movie Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark? Like the one that came out 3 or 4 years ago or something like that? Yeah. The one guy who was scared of the one really, really cuddly chick.
Yeah.
And there's that scene. I would have been like, how are you scared of that? I'd been like, bring it in. Bring it in. Get over here. Quit taking your time. Come on.
She sad, right?
Like, she looked kind of creepy, but she didn't look violent. I mean, so and then she gets within 5 feet and just like mauls the shit out of me.
Yeah. That's how Leo dies in a horror movie. Hugging.
I'd be the guy that's got like the fucking demon chasing us. I'd be like, man, just how about we smoke this down? We just enjoy ourselves, talk about life. You ain't got to do this.
Kill Leo.
Just be like, man, just somebody say something.
I think there was feedback from somebody.
I opened up the YouTube channel so I could write into the side chat, and it caught a bit of your voice.
Okay. Komodo dragon. I'm trying to think. How long is a Komodo dragon on average?
Quite long, longer than a person.
Yeah,
head to tail.
Yeah, like 8 to 10 feet.
I was gonna say I thought it was like 7 to 10 or 8 to 10 or something like that.
They can get bigger than that, though. They can get quite a bit bigger, but that's average.
How big are pandas?
Pandas are they're stout, so they're not real tall. Like they're shorter than that. Like he was talking about a black bear, they're shorter than that. I don't think they reach 6 foot, but they're quite robust. And
There is actually a relative of the Komodo dragon which lived on Australia, and it was even bigger. It's called Megalania.
Yeah,
Megalania.
What was it? Just like an oversized panda bear?
Well,
no, the Komodo dragon.
Oh, Komodo.
Relative of the Komodo dragon.
there was a giant extinct panda too.
I think so. Yeah.
It's like the megalodon.
Well, there were kind of a whole family of panda.
Does anybody know what the large
more prevalent in Asia? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Does anybody know what the largest spider that's ever existed is? That's an actual spider, not like a slight relative. But
I do.
Did they ever get like huge? Like
No,
huge?
no. The biggest spiders we've ever had, we have now.
Damn it, man!
That
Imagine
actually,
a spider that you could ride.
There was actually,
on the other hand, we've had scorpions that were
pretty large.
Yeah, the biggest scorpion, biggest true scorpion was 18 inches long.
Damn! Holy shit, that's big.
That's terrestrial. Now in the water, you get into stuff that's ancestral to scorpions, not quite scorpions. You have like brontoscorpion or brontoscorpio, which was I think they were like every bit of like 4 feet long.
Eurypterids grew to like alligator sizes too.
And that's another group of chelicerates, Eurypterids. They were
and there was
Jackalopteryx.
I'm sorry.
There's actually a species called Megarachne, which it's the size of a house cat, and it was once confused as a giant spider, but we now know it's a sea scorpion.
Yeah, walking with monsters.
Are you guys talking about a fucking 4-foot scorpion that literally swims?
Well, they walked on the bottom. They didn't really the brontoscorpion wasn't really built for swimming. It lived more like what you see crustacean and Anisha.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Now.
But James, he's Australian, isn't he? I'm pretty sure he's Australian.
Yeah.
Like, why? This comment here doesn't surprise me. He wakes up and has to fight like 5 spiders before he gets out his front door. Like, that's just how life is in Australia.
Are they huntsman spiders? I love huntsman spiders.
Oh, huntsmen are so fucking cool, man. So fucking cool. And I've heard that, like, man, don't like having one of those as like a pet is. I watched a guy. He had a cockroach. He's like, what's up?
Can you screen share for me?
Oh yeah, I saw something pop up. I didn't know what that was. I thought it was some
Jackalopteryx. There it is. Boom! He's a big old boy.
That's a holy Jesus.
This
standing, dude.
This one I mentioned. This one was confused as a large spider, but now
they made Walking with Monsters, the documentary about.
Okay, so this is a dude, and you're saying all these critters are that size compared to an actual dude?
Yes.
Those are the marine ones.
But a dude never would have come across one of these because these probably died long before the dude and his family came along. Okay.
You can see
have a nightmare.
The Field Museum in Chicago. They have a Jackalopteryx you can stand next to and just get a idea of how massive and monstrous it is.
They are the largest arthropods that have ever lived. Yeah.
Damn, that's fucking big, dude. Like, man, going for a swim and I mean, I know that they were at the bottom, but
do you guys know about Arthropleura?
I do not.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to pull up Arthropleura while you're?
I will put it up.
Here? Yeah.
Do you want me to stop sharing your screen while you pull it up?
I can pull it up right in this window right there. Okay.
Sweet.
Up a minute.
Do you prefer Firefox? Does it run smoother for you, or what's up with that?
Me?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it runs smooth for me. Yes.
Spider was chasing me in
it's
a
four.
There you go.
car park.
There we go.
Arthropleura was a giant millipede.
Although
Was
it was
it
probably
carnivorous?
herbivorous. Herbivorous. Yeah,
Oh,
it was. It ate. It ate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
well,
wasn't
millipedes are
carnivorous.
herbivores and centipedes are carnivores for the most part.
Mhm.
Millipedes will scavenge a bit, but they're mostly herbivores or detritivores. Or
So
detritivores.
this massive thing would not have eaten like small rodents and stuff.
No.
Rodents didn't exist back then, but it probably wouldn't.
That is technically true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. You can tell that, biology is not the area that I read it. I'm not stupid on it, but yep, that's exactly right. And Speed and everybody else, Scott, that did all the biology stuff.
Yeah, Speed really good on talking about genetics and micro.
A lot of microbiology, genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry.
That's these things are terrifying. But if you think about what did they say? 90% of everything that's ever lived on the planet is extinct.
99%.
Yeah,
probably
98, 99, something like that.
Oh, it's that high?
Yeah.
Oh, imagine how many.
Oh my God!
To us, at least, just terrifying things we're on living.
That would make one heck of a po' boy. Oh my God. I fucking love po' boys, dude. Beef po' boys, shrimp po' boys. At the Iowa State Fair, there's a po' boy stand. Oh my fucking God, they're so fucking good. Ooh, every year I get me a beef po' boy. Oh.
What's that? What can you get a chicken or is it?
They only, as far as I know, they do beef and shrimp.
I do shrimp.
I've had the shrimp one. It's really good. There's only one meat that I would say I don't even really know if I like it better than beef, but that would be venison. I like it at least as much as I like beef, but beef, I will never be a vegan. I will say it. I will never be a vegan. I can't do it. I cannot fucking do it. I eat and I crave meat way too. I can't do that. Nope. I'd eat lab-grown meat. I will not eat meat substitutes because I don't like Beyond Meat and shit. That's not meat. It's a meat substitute. I won't eat that stuff.
Leo, you'd be surprised. So I was vegetarian for 6 or 7 years, and the Beyond Burgers or the Beyond Beef or those products, a lot of the pea protein products. I recently started going back to a meat diet within this past year, but so the wife's still a vegan for several reasons, but I still enjoy the Beyond Beef stuff. It's tasty. We'll go to a certain restaurant here in local when we go to town sometimes, and I'll have one of the Beyond burgers versus the regular burgers because they're tasty, man. I mean, it's some of them.
Well, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that, But I think it's good.
It's pretty good.
Because what it does is it's sort of it reduces the need. If people like that, if that's an option, and there's people that I think would choose it and be like, look, I like meat, I like to eat meat, but I don't want to contribute to the way that we produce it, which is obviously there's been improvements, but oh my God, it's just so fucking bad.
Well, it seems with the Beyond Beef stuff and whatnot, we're leaning towards that maybe futuristic type superfood, right? It's all pea plant-based protein, so there's no carcinogens in it. Well, supposedly, if everything is at face value, you take it, it literally is getting close to superfood, right? You eat this stuff, it's all plant-based, great proteins for you, and there's an argument to be had that you can't get certain proteins and vitamins from anything but meat, but the problem is that meat protein
not until we can synthesize them in a lab.
That's right. Which will be fun to see, once we start doing that, if we're not already pretty close. But it'll be interesting to see what that tastes like as well, right? Because can you get the same flavor and texture and whatnot? Because that's a big thing with the Beyond Beef. The reason that a lot of people like that better than some of the other meat substitute type things are because it has an actual texture that it's so funny. The first time my wife had it, she was like, "You're fucking kidding me, right? This is a real hamburger. Somebody fucked up and just gave me a hamburger. I'm gonna be sick for a week." And I was like, "No, that's literally it." And ever since, I mean, it's pretty,
Well, I was just gonna say, you know what? What I find, what I think is interesting about that is that I think what this shows is that a lot of people, they don't not eat meat because meat gross. They like meat. They don't eat it for ethical reasons. And I actually think that's really cool that there's a lot of people out there that are willing to forego something they enjoy because they recognize the ethical concerns associated with its consumption. And I do as well, but I don't think it's necessarily unethical to like consume meat. I think it's unethical in the ways that we produce it, but I really don't think that can be obviously the consumption of it sort of furnishes its production, but at the same time I think that since there are ways to produce it that would be drastically more ethical than how we do it today, in virtue of that, blame cannot be put on the consumption of it, but blame has to be put on the production.
I have tried like different types of meat substitutes, like one more traditional, like you have many different vegetables put together, where it looks like a hamburger, but it doesn't really taste like anything meat related. But you have also the more recent thing that will try to approach as much as meat as possible. But to me, it seems to be more like the uncanny valley effect, but with regard to taste, because it tastes closer to meat, but it tastes off, and that's why I actually like the more traditional meat substitute burgers, like the old veggie burgers, basically. I like those more than the Impossible burgers, because the Impossible tastes off to me.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Impossible burger.
Like jalapeno poppers without the stain.
I've had like 4 Impossible burgers this month because I like Leo was saying, I do like beef. I do. I'm gonna
be honest. I think it's hard not to. Like, beef is just good. Like, it's just fucking good.
I love pork. I love bacon. Bacon is like for all my life. Bacon's been one of my favorite things to eat. I can't ethically do it anymore. So
here's an interesting question for everybody. What if we could breed a cow with a greatly reduced brain? I still think that there would be ethical concerns because it is its own creature. Like,
that'd be like what was that breed of chickens that they're no longer allowed to breed for KFC?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's not. Oh God, it's not
plum chicken, maybe, or like I don't know how they call it.
Yeah, they were just like breeding them was like ethically inhumane. They couldn't.
So look, this is we had firsthand experience. A literal like chick fell off a chicken truck up where I live. So we live in rural country, whatever. So we had chickens at the time. A chick falls off a chicken truck, and one of our friends brings it to us and is like, "Hey, look, this chick fell off a chicken truck." And of course, my partner's like, "Oh, absolutely, we take this thing, right?"
Yep.
So we integrate it and we spend all this time, and 6 months go by, and it was monster chicken, like literally twice as big as any of the other chickens. We called it meat chicken because it was, I'm not kidding, man, this thing was a behemoth. And we had a Brahma, which is, you'll have to Google Brahma chicken, that our rooster was a Brahma. So this
is that the ones that like are on the YouTube videos, those massive ass, like that's one big ass cock.
Like, yeah, exactly, that's the joke my wife likes to make. So look, this chicken survived at least 3 or 4 like raccoon and fox attacks before the last one got it. Right?
Meat shield.
But this fucking meat chicken was literally at least twice as big as the other within 6 months. Within 6 months, it took the normal chicken to get to regular size about a year. And
did they have any deficiencies from being that size?
Yeah. Oh, Bree, it was.
And
it was pretty. It was pretty terrible. We had. Yes, is the short, and I say this, and luckily, I shouldn't say luckily, but a fox got in the coop. It's just a thing, right? Like, so a fox got in the coop and took out 3 or 4 chickens, and she was one of them. And I say luckily because the vet told us we were going to have serious problems because the way that they've designed these chickens or however they've like bred all of these chickens to grow so quickly or whatever they've done, that if they live longer than 6 to 8 months, they develop all kinds of serious problems. And ultimately walking becomes a problem because their the bone structure can't support the weight. This thing was huge. Like,
So-
I mean, turkey breast size chicken. It was crazy.
Genetically modified.
That's pretty freaking big.
And normally they slaughter the birds before they reach that size. Like they will go for like maximum speed. Like I only need to have a few weeks or a few months before I will slaughter the chickens. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, Ness, that's what our vet told us. The vet literally said, "Look, because
they are meant to live that long.
They're not meant to exactly. They're meant to like
sad.
They're meant to get to a certain size as quickly as possible so they can slaughter them. But Bree,
It's a uniform size too, because each piece has an explicit value.
But did KFC get pegged because they were growing like chicken parts? Didn't they figure out a way to like? I mean, it wasn't even like it was just they got pegged for being like inhumane because they were doing some weird like
the chickens. They couldn't. The ones that they were breeding couldn't walk, but they had barely any feathers. They really selectively genetically modified these chickens.
They were engaging in like, I wouldn't say eugenics, but like serious genetic research with their chickens that really was not at all ethical. Not at all ethical. But there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So
do you know a chicken can live for months without a head?
See,
I've seen it. Yeah.
I know that it's true. My curiosity is in how. Not that I doubt that it can happen. I'm just interested in what the mechanisms are.
Basically, at the base of the chicken's neural, like the under the brain, if you cut the chicken in the right spot, then the extra brain, quote unquote, survives, and it has enough autonomy to direct the whole body purely based on instinct. It's really freaky.
Man, I'll tell you what. People sleep on biology, man. But we got shit like this, and people say, "Oh no, well, it's not possible for life to have developed." Get out of here! Like, you don't even like. Are you kidding me? Like, stop that! Just stop this nonsense. Like, stop acting like reality doesn't make things humans don't even know how to. We don't even know what's going on inside of a black hole. Oh, I guess those were created by magic too, instead of developing naturally because we know exactly how it's done. It just blows my mind. I don't get it. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. But to a lesser extent, I have similar problems with like how the dog breeding operates. Like you have, like, for example, the bulldog is specifically bred with like a very short face, such that they cannot, like in some cases, they cannot breathe properly.
That's why I like American bulldogs better than English bulldogs. Like, look at how his dog there. Like,
well, so Ness, you're 100% right, and there's like it's just years of the way that they've been bred to do a certain job, and when you open her mouth, she has teeny little teeth for a dog. Like, they're not big, but I think the canines, they're like hooks, dude. Her canines look like fish hooks in the sense that they're right when she latches on, she's not coming off because those teeth literally hook into whatever that target is.
I think bulldogs were bred to like fight bulls. They were like bred to hold on to bulls. Literally, that's how they were bred for. Yeah.
Yeah, they're catch dogs, and then they're years. Like, I mean, modern Americans have been using them to hunt hogs and bear for 100, 200 years. So over time that they've developed these, it's wild, man. She's because I've had dogs my whole life, and this dog is a different animal, and she's a lot of work because she's so high maintenance and she's high strung, and I mean, the dog will jump. I've got the bed of my truck is probably 5 foot when the gate's closed, and she'll from a standstill hop over the damn thing into the bed of the truck. I mean, she's just she's a nightmare, to be honest, most of the time.
I'm assuming it's like a half-ton pickup, like a 150 or a 1500 class, something like that.
Yeah, it's an old 83 150.
Oh, like actual Ford 150.
Yeah, it's a bull nose.
Ooh. You want to repower it?
No.
Come on, let's put a Cummins in it. Let's take a drag racing.
No. It's got a little 302 in it that does just fine.
Yeah. I'm a huge diesel nut, and I'm a huge like diesel power enthusiast, like diesel power sports, diesel drag racing, sled pulling, dynoing, the dynamometer, which is hopefully people know what that is. If you don't, just Google Cummins dyno and enjoy. I am a freaking monster for that shit. I am a huge diesel nut. I love diesel engines.
You'd love where I live because everybody has a 6-inch lift diesel with.
See, but that's the thing. I'm not a fan of mall crawlers.
Diesel. Mm-hmm. They're turbo diesels, and they're all flying Trump and Confederate flags.
Hey, Leo.
What's up?
Where I live, they had diesel engines the size of a truck. In those big mine trucks, you love those things, and they were huge. They were huge. But they rattle like crazy.
Oh God,
a lot of popping.
That's the one thing about them old inline 6-cylinder diesels. They make a lot of power, but just rattling down the road. Got the stacks vibrating on the back of the cab and everything.
So I'm pretty sure we could engineer a chicken that did not think at all, that only had enough neurons to make it swallow, and you could keep feeding it. But now that would gross us out. We would think that was inhumane, but it couldn't possibly be inhumane if it didn't have a brain. So what the fuck? So why don't we do that?
Well, because they're mean as shit now.
Wait.
I mean, literally, they will kill.
Well, no, they wouldn't be able to move either. They'd just sit there and get fed and grow meat, and they would, basically swallow food, emit food and grow meat, but they wouldn't have any sentience at all. They wouldn't see. They wouldn't, nothing.
Is that does that?
Saying to your point, dude? They're mean little. They're mean. Like they're like. If
chickens are.
If they're hurt, they'll kill it.
Have you ever seen a chicken if you pour blood in a trough and watch?
Oh God! Oh
they
Lord!
Turn into savages. They turn into savages. Yeah.
We had 18 was the most we had at one time, and that was a lot. But we're comfortable. Like the coop holds about 9 very comfortably, and they're like pets for us, right? The eggs are wonderful, but we don't eat them.
We used to raise
short of it is,
200.
man, they're mean as hell.
We raised about 200 of them at a time, and they would eat each other. If one of them fell, they would
oh God,
fucking chew each other.
You know what happens if you get knocked out and you're in an open pig pen, right?
Pig pens, they will eat you. We used to butcher beef, and we'd feed the lungs to the pigs, basically, and the pigs they would turn into savages.
Oh yeah, oh, fuck man. And the
middle
fat
cow came. That's how Mad Cow came about. They started feeding the cows back to the cows, right?
Yeah, we probably did that on my farm, so that's probably our fault.
Oh, I think that's normal for a lot of farms. I cooked for a long time, and I stopped using a small purveyor because I asked him what he did with all the pig scraps, because we'd take whatever, and he said, this is where it all goes to, and the leftovers we grind and put back into their food. And I was like, man, yeah, we can't do that, because that's literally when Mad Cow but I guess it was
we didn't know that
for cows, but not problematic for pigs. So,
didn't know that. But my uncle used to work on a giant pig farm, and he said that if you were out there and you got wounded in the middle of a field of pigs, you would never make it back alive if you were bleeding. So it was kind of a thing, a caution, because they would eat you.
It's like those farmers that tell you, all right, if you're going to jump the fence to go over to the other side of the pasture, how fast can you run? How many seconds do you think it'll take you to get over there? 11? I hope so, because the bull can do it in 10.
Yeah. What the hell's that movie with the island with the little boys where they all turned into savages? Classic movie. Why can't I think of it?
Talking about Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, Lord of the Flies. That's what being in a pig pen and bleeding is like. Lord of the Flies. Very savage. Anyway, Leo, congratulations. I just stopped by because I am very excited that you got the 1K subs. What the fuck is wrong? Are you at exactly 1K subs? Because does YouTube quit counting after 1,000 and they start going by days?
Once I hit 1010, it'll read 1.01. I don't. When I was doing something in my YouTube studio, it said I had 1006. So I'm assuming I'm still probably somewhere around 1006.
Those assholes that design the YouTube interface, instead of putting a fucking date on it, it's like 17 hours ago, 4 years ago. And
Yeah,
it's like,
just
dude,
you have to expand the description to see the date. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I know. It's me. It's all user friendly.
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's actually still alive. Oh my god. Holy shit. It's a fucking Christmas miracle on Thanksgiving.
Right.
Yeah, but I've not seen him in a while as well. Yeah. It's,
well, I know that.
It's
I know
somebody
you went
owes
back
me
to
a
school for
refund.
math, so.
Speed, I did get your email.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I'm looking at my schedule right now.
I thought you didn't care. I thought you didn't care about me. That's what I thought.
Leo, do you have a favorite extinct animal? Or,
No.
Or maybe a more modern animal? A favorite modern animal?
Well, my favorite animal is a lion.
Or maybe species. Maybe you have a favorite plant as your favorite.
Yeah, my favorite plant is cannabis.
Mine is psilocybe.
My favorite species is an extinct raptorial sperm whale. It's basically a sperm whale which was predatory. It had a giant teeth, one of the largest predators that have ever lived, and it is a very cool species name. It's called Leviathan melvillei. Melvillei with reference to Captain Melville from Moby Dick.
Right, Herman Melville, the writer of Moby Dick.
Oh no, the author. Yeah. Okay. Right. Leviathan.
Leviathan. Melvani, right?
Or Melvillei, I think. I don't know how you pronounce that. Like it's Leviathan melvillei, if I pronounce it correctly. It's a really cool species.
It was like a sperm whale, but it had, instead of just having the teeth on the bottom jaw, it had teeth on both sides.
Yeah, it had teeth on both jaws, and they were massive. Like one of the largest teeth ever to have ever exist, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
The largest pieces of largest teeth we've found, anyway, of anything.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is this supposed to be like? Some sort of? What's it related to?
It's related to the sperm whale.
Ah, okay. Okay,
it's a megaphyster. It's
okay.
Is that Myocetus inuus?
Megaphyster. All right.
Megaphyster? I don't see that one.
Did Carol really just say, "Oh, good, I missed Thanksgiving"? How? What? I mean, maybe some people just don't like their crazy conservative uncles coming over, and that's why they don't like Thanksgiving. But Thanksgiving's probably one of, if not my favorite holiday. Maybe 4th of July. That just sounds cliche. That's why I don't pick Christmas, because it's cliche. Like everybody loves Christmas.
We're cooking. We have an inappropriate Thanksgiving, but we have it now on the weekend after because we want everybody to come. And I cook a huge feast with 44 pounds of turkey.
I was wrong. It's just Pfister, not Megaphyster.
Mega. What is it?
It's just Pfister, not Megaphyster. But I think.
And that's extinct now.
Yeah, it's extinct. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Like
is this a reproduction? This is a reproduction. Like this isn't an actual.
Probably yes. Yeah.
Okay. Not that it could be like an actual bone, or a skull, but I would presume it was probably some sort of reproduction.
Like the modern sperm whale only has teeth in the lower jaw, and the modern sperm whale only hunts, I think, giant squid at the deep, in the very deep part of the ocean. But this sperm whale hunted other whales and probably even sharks too. It could.
It was contemporary with Megalodon too.
Yeah.
Have y'all watched the?
Was it bigger?
Orca?
About the same size.
There was a documentary on orcas that was pretty fascinating as far as like the way that they'll travel like hundreds and hundreds of miles in mourning. Like when it's just their orcas. I forget everything that they did, but it was just like fascinating to me because they're kind of like small pack animals and not big. They don't like in huge herds or anything, but They do some wild stuff.
There's some culture to orcas too. They have different societies. Some of them hunt fish in groups and do like bubbles and corral them and corral fish like that. Some of them hunt big like whales. They hunt blue whales. The biggest animal on earth is hunted by orcas. Some of them will hunt seals on the ice floes and actually use physics to cause waves to wash seals off the icebergs. It's fascinating how smart these creatures are, but they have interesting individual cultures too. And for a while, I think it was in 2019, this certain group of orcas had developed this fashion of wearing a salmon on their head, and it was like a fashion trend for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, also orcas have been known to hunt. I think great white sharks. They hunt sharks.
I feel like I've heard that before. That they'll hunt great white. Orcas are some mean motherfuckers, dude. Like I wouldn't fuck with one of those things.
Also, there was actually also a time when you have like a marine sloth at the coast of like I think the coast of South America, and you have this image right here where you have like whales hunting sloth at the coast of the it's really a bizarre image, but yeah.
Well, they call them killer whales.
Yeah, there used to be a group called raptorial sperm whales, basically like a relative of the sperm whales. They were like actual hunters, like orcas. Although orcas belong to a different group of whales. These were more related to sperm whales. Yeah.
Yeah. And on the orcas menu is also moose, because moose live in aquatic and marine environments. Moose will be out swimming and grazing in the on the seaweed, and orcas feed on them.
Moose go out to the ocean like that?
Yeah.
And orcas eat them?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Yeah, moose are so good at swimming.
Yeah.
They're on almost like the early stages of like semi-aquatic lifestyle.
Bree, I think what you mean to say is a moose is good at swimming, or meese are good at swimming.
I threw a rock at a moose once. I got mad. I was hunting.
Is that a thing? Is it a thing, Leo? That's
no,
Canadian.
No. It's just a joke. Goose, geese, moose, meese.
Yeah, right. I thought you were making fun of Canadians, like maybe Canadians say like that.
No, if I wanted to make fun of Canadians, I just start being real nice to people, and talking about, what's going on up there in the North, the Great White North, up above the States, the big landmass that the rest of the world hates. But we're like above that fucking north, I guess. Big patch of trees. We're all just bored to death.
Selling Alaska to the US.
Yeah, I still don't get Alaska. Like, United States, and then it's like, hey, we're over here. Like, who the fuck wants to go to Alaska? Like, it gets maybe 60 degrees, and it's like,
they pay you to live there.
Yeah. That looks like the absolute. Okay, like if you are really big in like the outdoors and the forest, and do they have mountains up there? I don't know. Probably, maybe. I don't know.
There's mountains.
It's warm on the coast.
Like, it actually does get into like the 80s in Australia. Or Australia. It's hotter in the 80s in Australia. Oh, in Alaska. I've heard it gets to like up into like the 70s. I heard it really like rarely gets like into the high 80s and low 90s, but it gets into like the 70s, low 80s and stuff like that summer.
Yeah, my uncle lived there all his life. He used to run airboats and do salmon fishing tours. Pretty cool. I never got to go, but it was you go way the hell back in the outback, and you'll be fishing salmon, and 20 feet away from you there'll be black bear fishing salmon. Knocking out of water, and
Dude, imagine that being in a nice stream, just fucking ripping them. Oh my god, woo!
That would be good.
Finding some trout too would be. Oh god.
You like fishing?
You're also.
Yeah, I don't do it frequently, but yes.
Lee, you're also familiar with the Ra, right? Like
Oh yeah.
I remember an old video of his where he explains his childhood. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think he went with his family to Alaska, and he retold the story like they ate the salmon every single day, basically, when he was there.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Well, maybe not every day. I'd need some beef or venison or pork in there at some point. But dude, salmon. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I don't know if any of you has ever had candied salmon. Oh fuck me, standing sideways on a staircase.
Candied salmon. Candied?
Yeah, candied. So by candied, usually you might put like some brown
sugar.
You'll usually smoke it. Put some not sugar, brown sugar, or like extra dark brown sugar, something like that. Maybe some honey. Some people might spritz just a bit of cinnamon on it. It's candied because you're making it sweet. Like if you've ever heard of candied bacon that you bake in the oven with brown sugar and maybe sometimes some honey over it. Oh, CHD, how's it going, buddy? Thank you. But yeah, dude, candied salmon. Oh, my buddy made it one time. He smoked it and did the can. Oh my god! Holy shit, that was insanely good.
Have you ever tasted smoked eel?
No, but I would try it. I would definitely try it.
It's a very big thing in the Netherlands where we smoke eels a lot. Yeah.
Can I ask what it tastes? What you think it tastes like? The taste, the texture. I should say flavor, texture, things like that.
The texture is like it's very very oily and very soft. Like if you bite down, it's basically biting down butter. Of course, not the taste like butter, but you
the consistency.
You do a consistency. Yeah, you don't need your teeth. You just press it down with your tongue, and you can just chew it with your tongue, basically. And it's really the smoky flavor, like if it's really properly smoked, then it's really good. Yeah.
That was the thing. If I were gonna try it, I'd have to make sure like it's someplace where the cook, the chef, like knows what he's doing. Yeah. Just like fried calamari. I've never had it. I'd try it though. I don't know if I would try oysters because I like really slimy, snotty stuff. I have autism, so if I don't eat a food, it's almost never the taste and almost always the texture. I also have like sensory overload as a result of that. So if you've ever seen somebody eating something and they're just taking massive spoons or forkfuls into their mouth, that literally, like if I put too much of a food, it could be my most favorite food. If I put too much in my mouth, it like physiologically disgusts me. It's too much. It's way too much. It's a sensory overload issue. My brain doesn't know how to process that much food in my mouth. Like
I have the same similar reaction to like how do you call it again? Like the Maltesers, like these balls of chocolate with you bite them down. There is like a foamy substance inside. I don't know how you call it.
Yeah,
I get the same feeling when I bite down on those things. I get the same feeling as somebody with the nails on a chalkboard. Like I get that feeling when I bite down on those things. Yeah.
You guys want to know something interesting about me? All the way up till I was like 6 or 7 years old, if I was in a public restroom and the toilets, because they're kind of loud when they flush, it's like a jet taking off, I would cry. It made me cry because it was sensory overload. It was painful. Like it was physically discomforting to hear something that loud. It would make me cry all the way up till I was like 7 or 8 years old, unless I plugged my ears. That's what sensory overload is. Just like there's times where I'll walk outside and like my eyes just start to profusely water because it's just too bright, and I'm just sitting there like, I can't. What's going on? I can't see. It's just, I love being an autist. That was my little rant there for the night. Oh, flash fry it. Okay. I don't know if I'd ever cook it because I have absolutely no confidence in my ability to cook calamari. But I would definitely try it for sure if it was fried.
What's your favorite food, or maybe your favorite type of cuisine? Maybe like Mediterranean or Italian or Japanese.
So the type of like ethnic cuisine that I would say is that's really, really hard. With food, like favorite foods or favorite like cultural styles of food is
Mexican.
really hard for me to pick. It is really hard for me to pick.
I would say Italian and Japanese, because I really like sushi. I really like pizza and pastas. Yeah, I really like those.
The thing with me is there's a lot of cultural foods I haven't tried that I'd like to. I've had Chinese, I've had Mongolian, I've had Vietnamese, I've had Korean. I don't think I've had, I've had some Japanese food, Italian. I've had British because
Mexican. Why are you mentioning Mexican? Genuine.
I haven't gotten that far.
Yeah.
But like shepherd's pie is actually technically a British dish. That's an English dish. So if you've ever been to a fish fry where it's fried fish and they're serving French fries, that's fish and chips. That's literally all fish and chips is. It's fried fish with French fries. That's the British are very bland. Like nobody talks about the British when it comes to food. Let's all be honest here. Like let's really be honest.
I do like fish and chips though. It's like one of my favorite dishes.
I love a good fish fry.
One of the things I hate about British is that like they also use eels, but they put them in jelly.
I feel like that.
Ew.
How does it taste?
I've never said. I know that because I've seen like I've seen a Gordon Ramsay YouTube video where he talks about like a jellied eel, and he says like, oh, jellied eel is out of fashion in the British, so all our eels are now going to the Netherlands, and I'm like, of course, because we don't put them in fucking jelly.
Have you ever had cucinini?
Cucinini?
Yep, it's cold jellied pig's feet with garlic and pepper.
I wouldn't eat pig's feet, and I know that's weird because I have like African American in me. I think it's African. I know I've got Trinidad and Tobago. Do I have African? I think I do a little bit. I like pig's feet, chitlins. I'm not eating the intestine of the pig. But the reason that those are very like pig's feet, chitlins, I mean, at one point, even like the ears, the jowl of the pig, I think. The reason that those are very popular amongst black people is because, well, specifically black people, is because the slaves, what they ate was whatever was left over from the slave masters and the owners. And that was the pig's feet. That was the intestines, the jowls, the ears. There were some other cuts of meat maybe that, like...
Pork chops?
Yeah, I think chops. Yeah. And even like some parts of like the chicken as well. Like everybody talks about black people and chicken. Actually, no. If you want to talk about ethnicities that really like their chicken, that ain't black people, my friends. That's the Chinese. Black people is pork. Pork is their meat. Like you want to talk the Chinese chicken is their. Oh my god!
Chickens were bred in China originally. That's where they came from. Yeah,
I do believe so. Yep. But yeah, like everybody says, oh, black people just love their chicken. And I'm just like, you really don't know anything about like ethnic cuisine, do you?
What's up with the watermelon thing? I've never understood that.
Well, it's because a lot of black people were obviously in the South because, well, antebellum slavery was primarily almost exclusively in the South. And watermelon was a very southern fruit that was it was grown a lot in the southern United States. And slaves, like slaves were allowed
already.
Yeah, the slaves were actually allowed to like own and tend to gardens to some extent. Like they grew like watermelons and maybe some berries and stuff like that. So I mean, they were allowed to like keep, because obviously the slave masters have to keep their slaves alive. Not that they really cared, but they just cared about the work that they could do. What's that?
Did you ever see the early Walt Disney cartoons and the depictions of black people in the South?
I have seen like pictures and heard of it, but I've heard that Walter Disney was definitely a racist. I've also heard that he was very highly anti-Semitic as well.
Yeah, he was something else. I heard he was a coke addict too. Anyway,
I also heard that.
I gotta run, Leo.
Okay.
I gotta run. Before I do, we used to cook the pig heads and make blood sausage out of them. Basically.
Oh yeah.
So we used every part of the pig, and I used to clean the intestines for the blood sausage. So we'd have to run water through them for like an hour. That was my job. So
the farm that you grew up on, just if I may before you go, Speed, did you guys do any like grain farming, or was it primarily livestock based? Maybe like grain.
My dad was a diesel mechanic at the mine, so he'd run a small farm with about maybe 12 to 20 cattle, 200 chickens, 10 pigs, that sort of thing, just to feed us, feed the family. So it was like an 80-acre farm, and in northern Minnesota, you can't fucking grow grain. You can grow oats.
That's true. That is true.
Anyway, congratulations. I'm so happy. And thought I'd stop in. But I got to run off.
I'm very glad you stopped in. You can take it easy, Speed.
Bye.
See you, Speed. Hey, Leo, I've got to run too. Thanks for having me, man. Congratulations.
No problem. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Bye.
That's one thing. Was one thing that I was reminded by you mentioning, or somebody else mentioning Disney. There's a rumor that Disney's idea of a theme park was inspired by a theme park that we have in the Netherlands. So like in the Netherlands, we have one of the oldest theme parks in the world, and it's a rumor. Not official, but there is a rumor that Disney got the inspiration for Disney World from our own theme park. Yeah.
Yeah. Perch, dude. Oh God, perch is. I really like perch, but like yellow perch particularly. Ooh, that is a good fish.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good fish. I don't know how true it is. I'd have to like Google it to try to find out. But I have heard rumors that Walt Disney, somebody had found a bunch of, like drawings of his characters that were very much NSFW and NSFW, not safe for work. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he fire people for drawing like Minnie Mouse naked and stuff like that, though? I heard that story too.
Maybe that's what it was, and I'm just mixing it up. But I heard that there were like NSFW drawings that were done of the characters at some point by somebody somewhere.
Well, let's face it. I think the industry has attracted a lot of furries. Probably. Yeah.
There's these. I want to know how the hell you get that fucking rich and famous by drawing cartoon. Well, I suppose at the time period he was doing it, that was all the rage, wasn't it?
It was cutting edge.
Yeah, animation.
But now we are in the 3D, trying to pretend to be 2D animation phase.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't need that style of animation anymore, do we? Because we've got all this computer-generated stuff and 3D modeling and everything like that.
Testing. Okay.
What's that?
Sorry, I was just testing my mic.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought.
Out.
I heard a testing and I was like, somebody sound check?
Oh, by the way, congratulations, Leo.
Thank you, Pete. By the way, I would like to apologize for my performance on Amy's stream. A lot of that was Sunflower because me and him have a history, and I really like fucking with Sunflower, man. It's actually a lot of fun. For me, it's a lot of fun.
Sorry, I tell you to zip it so much.
Yeah, a lot of people do. So you're not the first to believe me. You won't be the last. I grew up in rural Iowa, and so being somebody who is, reasonably intelligent, dealing with a bunch of conservative evangelicals is certainly an experience. I can say that much. I'd have kids in schools that come over to me, like trying to fuck with me and rile me up and be a smart ass. But you gotta remember here, the thing about being a smart ass is first you have to be smart. Otherwise, you're just an ass. And so I would end up out-smart-assing them, and then they would get mad and start claiming that, that I this, that, and the other. You just like to fuck do this. Like, dude, don't come over here to try to stir shit up with me and then get mad when you fail. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
Speaking of that, what was the guy's name that called me out earlier?
That was Sean. His screen name, I can't even remember it. It was I can't remember what his screen name was right now.
Got it.
It's awfully quiet now. Of course, Bree has said be right back. So, I did post the link again in chat. I don't know if anybody else will join. Be nice, but I'm not going to force people to. Even though I bitch at people.
Topic.
Oh yeah, I know I bitch at people when I'm on other people's streams about being chat rats. But I'm not going to do that on my own stream. Just what was?
A lot of laborers were brought from India to Trinidad and Tobago. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right. It should be more South Asian than African. Somebody, what? I'm not.
Well, that was I was talking about because I was talking about how like, black people and stuff like that, and how people have made jokes to me because I'm a mixed individual. And when we were talking about black people and their fried chicken, it's like black pork is a black people thing. Chicken is not. Mexicans eat chickens more than black people do. I mean,
after a few hundred years, I think even most quote unquote white Americans have at least some African ancestry, even recent African. Yeah, most of them. Have you also seen that very funny video where you have like a white supremacist going on like a talk show? He had his DNA sequence, and then you have the result like, over some percentage, over 80% sub-Saharan Africa. As the result, your ancestry is 85% sub-Saharan Africa.
I remember seeing that. That guy was I'm not gonna lie, man. His face was just classic. I don't care about racists. I mean, I do care about them as people, but I've, as far as I know, my father, who is also, he wasn't like black, but he's more mixed, but he's more mixed than I, is Trinidadian, Native American, and I think African American, and there could be some other stuff in there too. But I am Irish, German, or Polish. Maybe it's one of the two. They're kind of the same thing. Germanic. African American, Native American, Trinidadian. I don't think there is anything else in there. And I've never done a DNA test. This is just from all of the ancestry work that my grandmother did, which was quite extensive, actually. Quite extensive indeed. She did a lot of genealogy.
I also have problems with DNA testing, like for those purposes, because they don't really test your ancestry. They test like, you have this variant in your genome, and they will try to say, where is this variant most commonly found? Mm-hmm. And they will say, this variant is most commonly found in this area, so probably, but maybe not, but probably your ancestry is at least partially from this area. That's basically it. So, yeah, it's of course almost nobody understands what they really do. They think they will trace your direct ancestry, but it's more messier than it seems.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I tell people, they're like, "Oh, you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude. Like, I'm not like." And it's not that like the results that you get, just ignore them. They're inaccurate, but it's that there's just some nuance to it. Like, it's probably reasonably accurate, but there could be some things that might be slightly inconsistent in that. What I have heard is that the more people, particularly that are related to you, that do those kinds of DNA tests, the more accurate that the test can become because they have a larger sample size from which to work and all that stuff.
I'm going to bounce for a bit. I'll probably be back in just a little bit. I got a premiere going on.
All right.
Right on. Yeah. No problems.
Yeah, you're exactly right here, because like as I said before, like they will correlate your variant to the variants found in many different parts of the world, and sometimes they found wait, this variant is also common over here, so maybe your ancestry is instead over here, and now we cannot tell anymore where your ancestry is coming from. So it depends heavily on sample size as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I might actually wrap up here in just a few minutes. We actually have been going for a little. No. Oh, I thought you were saying sorry to me. I was going to say, no, you didn't do anything wrong. Shit. Mm-hmm. It's just because we have been going for 2 hours, and I didn't really want this to be like a super long stream, and it just kind of depend on how many people were
just cutting it off before we dive deep into the race realism stuff.
Oh shit, man! I'll tell you what, dealing with those people is fucking chore. It's not like it's hard. It's just a chore, you know. It's something that you know you have to do, but you don't really want to. It's like, why do I have to do this? Do I really have to still do this? Like we're really still doing this? I might. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will one last thing. Like many years ago, we had like a G+ group, and I made a post about a paper showing that you have ancestors from every continent of the world. Like you have ancestors from South America, from North America, from like no matter who you are, you have ancestors. Like they show mathematics of populations and such, and they show that not that long ago, like about 4,000 years ago, your ancestors lived all over the world. Basically, you have ancestors living in every corner of the world, and I show this. I didn't talk about the race, but the race realists were mad at me for pointing this out, basically. And I don't understand why I did. Yeah, but that's all I will say about that for now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, dude. There's like, I'm assuming you've probably heard of the name J.F. Gariepi.
No.
The French guy.
JFK.
He's J.F. Gariepi. Gariepi without the rolling, without the roll on the R. Yeah, he's a French guy. He was at, I think, a university or something like that in France. He actually got kicked out of the university because of his eugenicist and race realist positions. Yeah, he's a character.
Right.
But yeah,
to give one example of a good example, one of my favorite popular science communicators who also has a background in this subject is Adam Rutherford. And he has really cool talks about talking to these guys. It's a really he's a really good person to listen to. Yeah.
One thing I found about race realists is that they're actually a really hilarious group of people to talk to. Like, you just hear some of the things they say, and you're just like, "Oh wow, man, that's so cool! Tell me more." Like, this is ridiculously funny.
One of the stupidest things I've ever heard is their reasoning for why Europeans are smarter than Africans is because Europeans survived in the cold, harsh weather, and Africans just could have picked up random fruits from anywhere because it's tropical. Like fruits are everywhere, so it's much easier to survive in Africa for some reason.
Because there's no scavenging animals in Africa that humans would have had to compete with. You know, that's totally not easy. And see that's what I'm talking about. Like, they'll say things and you're actually like, I kind of want to hear more. This is embarrassingly funny. Or is it funnily embarrassing for you? Because it's just, oh man, it's one of those. It's almost like talking to a flat earther. You're hearing them say things, and you're just like, "Oh, is that so? Tell me more. Like, I'm interested now." But yeah, race realism is, oh my god, it's like I said, it's just a chore. It's just a freaking chore.
Mm-hmm.
Like creationism. What's that? Go ahead.
Maybe immutable as your so yeah. Just saying hi, immutable. Just saying hi.
You are muted, by the way.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Mic check. Hello.
Yes. Can you hear us? We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Immutable contradicting himself right off the bat. He joined muted.
I know. What does a poor bastard like me to do? I know. Jesus. Every time
Every time what?
I'm not hearing anything anymore.
Connection, but every now and then, like, one of you guys cuts out.
Yeah, me too. I think it dropped out for a moment, or maybe you dropped out. I don't know what happened.
I still think it's a StreamYard thing, because they've gotten a bit smoother over the last couple of years, but because I remember in 2020, man, StreamYard was rough. It really was. But I still think that there's a couple of issues that pop up here and there with the with when using StreamYard. Like I have had no connection issues.
Yeah, it's
like,
it's a good platform. It's just a little bit rocky.
yeah, it is. I think it is a decent platform. I wish they'd give you just a little bit more without having to pay. Not too much, because obviously you want to incentivize people to purchase your platform, so you can fund further development of it. But I still think that there are a couple of things they could probably offer to like people who don't, people who aren't subscribed to StreamYard. Which I will never be. I'm not going to give them money.
Fair enough.
So how has?
Yeah,
no, go ahead.
That's true.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how has the math been going? Immutable.
Pain in the neck. Learning how to program with Python. I mean, granted, it's Python, but like, that's been an uphill journey. Also been learning formal probability and statistics, so that's been.
Ooh. Have you done any like
fun? Not that bad, but
have you done any mathematical logic or like axiomatic set theory? Anything on like foundations of mathematics, meta logic, stuff like that at all?
not really. That's kind of I think the closest you kind of hit to this when you start talking about things relating to like the construction of the reals and the notion of like the least upper bound property. But like other than that, like formal mathematical logic outside of what's used to like discuss proofs and stuff like that, not really. I think it's usually considered more of like a graduate level topic because
Are you studying this for?
I guess like the most logic.
So are you studying this for?
So I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree, particularly my second.
Are you pursuing it in specifically mathematics?
Yeah, in mathematics.
Okay. Are you gonna do any sort of like specialty, like analysis, geometry, game theory, probability, or is it just kind of a general mathematics degree?
So far
Thank
it's a
you much,
bachelor's.
Christopher Malty.
I've kind of been looking into. Yeah, I've been looking into some stuff. I've been trying to teach myself topology a little bit, which has been interesting. And I think some of the stuff like that's kind of interesting as well, because I've been trying to teach myself a little abstract algebra on the side. So far, like what's interesting to me is the notion of finite fields or modules as an algebraic structure.
Mm-hmm. I've heard the term. I don't really know how to
So,
define it.
I don't know.
Abstract algebra, like rings, modules, and fields. I have no fucking clue what a ring is. Not even close. I hear that word and I see, I'll see like math pages on Twitter. A ring is and I'm like, what the fuck does this symbol mean? What does that symbol mean? What does that symbol mean? What does this symbol mean? Like, what the fuck is this?
So the best way I can give an example of what a ring is do you understand? Like, you know what a polynomial is, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So like x squared plus 2x plus 1. So a ring itself is an algebraic structure that has two binary operations, usually addition and multiplication, and it just satisfies three basic properties. That if you take two elements that are part of the ring, that the addition of those two elements is in the ring, that the product of any given two elements in the ring are also part of the ring, and that every element that you compose with addition has an inverse in the ring.
Okay.
That's all it is. And polynomials are an example of a ring because what are polynomials, right? They're these powers of x, like some variable, but they also have like coefficients in front of them, and you're doing operations with them. So you can add, you can subtract, whatever the case may be. But the important thing is like that it's two operations that are occurring within this kind of structure: the multiplication of the coefficient with the variable and the addition of and the addition of these, of these different powers of, some number with a variable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the most basic thing. Yeah, it's the most simple one is a group, though.
Yeah.
Like the most simple thing you can study is a group. Then you go to ring. Then you go to a field. Now you get into something more interesting like a module.
In abstract algebra, would field be related to its definition in in the way that it would be used in classical or quantum field theory, or is it a different? Is it going to be a different notion of a field mathematically than that?
I don't know. Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what physicists mean when they talk about a field is they mean that whenever you have a quantity that's vector defined, right, that there's that given some input, there's always some particular output for
non-zero output. Yeah.
Yeah.
A potential over a space that has a non-zero output at every point in the space is, well, that would be probably more of a quantum field because you can't ever have non-zero. That doesn't necessarily need to be a classical field, but that's kind of how a physicist would. I just didn't know if the concept of a field in abstract algebra was similar to that in some way, or if that they meant field in, because the difference between pure mathematics and applied, in physics, oftentimes same words, completely different concepts.
But a quantum field theory is the standard theory right now, isn't it? Right?
For fundamental physics, yes. Effective field theory, I believe.
Yeah, I would have to look more into some of the math that goes behind it. I would imagine it is, though, because basically what that sounds like is you're composing a field. You're composing a field with matrices, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Because with the math you do with physics, it's usually better to deal with some of the math in terms of matrices or tensors rather than trying to algebraically solve them in a way.
And I know that the term algebra in physics, when we talk about a Lie algebra, I think at least what it means in physics doesn't mean what algebra means. Oh, God, what is it in physics? And algebra is it's kind of just a way of mathematically talking about something, but it doesn't mean what algebra would mean in abstract algebra. In that title, if that were a course, algebra in certain instances of physics does not mean. I'm going to have to look that up because I can't remember what it is, but. Oh my God!
Yeah,
I think algebra is a way of. Oh fuck! Of course I can't remember.
Yeah, I know that, for instance, when they talk about Lie algebra and certain groups like SU3 cross whatever it is.
SU2 cross U1.
Yeah,
the standard model of elementary particles, effectively.
Yeah,
well,
SU2 cross U1. I believe that technically is a group. It's just a very
the electroweak theory. Yep.
Yeah, it's a very particular mathematical group, just a very large group. So I think most times physicists are referring properly to mathematical structures, but usually the types of structures they're interested in are very, very technical. They're not simple. They're not simple algebraic structures that act over things like the reals or the integers. You're talking about things that have very rich mathematical structure and that obey additional properties like things like composure, of tensor products and all this other crap.
Mm-hmm. I am not surprised we have gone from 20 to 15 viewers. I was expecting it to drop significantly lower, significantly more quickly, which sucks, man. People hear math and they're just immediately out instead of hey, maybe there's something I could learn from these super smart people talking about a thing I don't understand. I know it kind of sounds a bit pretentious, but
I mean, talking about math and I showed up.
The thing is too, it's hard to even it's hard to explain math without even in a way that's intuitive, because even things that are kind of that are assumed in basic mathematics, if you try to explain it in English, for instance, this idea of this paradox of the tortoise and the Spartan, right? So this idea of, suppose you have a race between a tortoise and a Spartan. The tortoise runs a certain distance. or the Spartan runs a certain distance, the Spartan falls asleep, and when the Spartan wakes up, he runs the distance, but in that time, the tortoise has managed to move half of the distance it originally traveled, and so it keeps on going. And you ask the question, if there's a pole indicating the end of the race, and these two things are racing, which one reaches the finish line first? It's a process
Wouldn't it be the tortoise, because the Spartan will never catch up, if I remember correctly? It's been a while since I heard that.
Well, one of the paradoxes... Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you can try to answer it logically, but it doesn't make really much sense, because the way people think about infinity is they think about it as something that has, where you can quantize it, like where it's something that happens after a certain point, but that's simply not correct. Classically, like the most simple kind of infinity, is an infinity that it occurs after an uncountable number of steps. And the logical breakdown for most people, and it occurs with me too, is this question of, if you talk about, like, say, an infinite series that converges, for instance, what exactly, how do you reconcile the fact that something which has an uncountable number of steps converges to something finite? That's it's entirely bizarre. It's completely counterintuitive.
Well, one thing that keeps baffling me is they say that the different fundamental forces unify at some point. For example, the electroweak force, where the electromagnetic force and the weak nuclear force are unified, and I don't understand why and how they become the same thing at some point.
High enough energies. I think it has something to do with the set of symmetric transformations of the configurations of the system, or the gauges, because you would use gauge theory or gauge field theory here. Once you're at high enough energy levels, they extend such that when you're looking at electromagnetism and weak interactions at that energy level, there's no meaningful distinction. Like, you're just looking at the same thing.
The photon becomes the same as the energy.
Well, the W and the Z bosons at that energy level would become massless particles. Because at this level, you no longer, the Higgs field, once you reach high enough energy levels, turns off. So that's obviously a very flowery way of putting it, but it still sort of makes the point. And that's where the notion of electroweak symmetry breaking comes from, that you can have symmetry between two systems, but once the energy level drops slow enough, that symmetry is broken and the Higgs field turns on, the W and Z bosons gain mass, and in virtue of that, weak interactions split from electromagnetism and become their own manifested, kind of become their own manifested force at low enough energy levels. I don't understand it. I'm not at all a professional. Y'all know this. I say it all the time. I'm not a professional, so I'm not going to be able to give like a technical description of it. I may have said some things that aren't like super, super, super accurate, but I think I did a pretty good job of sort of explaining that thing there.
I think some kinds of like symmetry breaking, so like some kinds of symmetries that exist in physics are easier to explain than others.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a basic example is what's kind like T symmetry, what's sometimes called, given the name time symmetry. This idea of like if you throw a ball like at a certain, given specified initial conditions, it moves a certain distance in a certain amount of time, and you can extrapolate that backwards. You can also say, like, how far would the ball have been if you had, gone back in time a certain number of, a certain distance, if you want to think about time that way. And the laws of physics are respected, going forward in time and going, from one direction of time to the other. But there's weird instances where it seems like the laws of physics, or certain particles in the laws of physics, like don't necessarily obey time symmetry. Like where if you try to like find something where it occurs at time t and then at time minus t, there's some kind of like asymmetry in the laws of physics there, which is bizarre.
And that's the thing is that like time reversal symmetry, it holds, I think, until you start including both charge conjugation and parity in. So if you have just T symmetry, that holds. But once you have CPT symmetry, I think that there's some sort of like breakdown or something, because I've heard that this time reversal, that there's a symmetry. Like if you take a ball and you throw it up and it travels on a parabola and lands on the ground, you could literally turn the clock back. The physics is exactly the same. Exactly the same. It does not give a shit which direction in time you're looking at. It describes the same thing. But when you start looking at like CPT, I might be misremembering. I thought I heard something that when you start adding CP to the T symmetry, that this just confounds things a little bit. But I do know that a lot of the asymmetries in time in physics largely result from like thermodynamic or entropic processes. Just like the arrow of time is not an intrinsic feature of the dimension of time, it's more a feature of how things play out in the dimension of time under thermodynamic processes, where entropy only ever increase. I always get it mixed up. I want to say decrease. So it's increases rather than decreases. That is why we have this sort of arrow of time. Things go into the future, but they don't ever go back into the past. We can remember the past, but we don't know shit about the future.
Even without entropy, we would still have time. It will be just that the future is not distinguishable from the past. But with
I think so. Yeah,
it is distinguishable from the past.
Yeah, I feel like entropy did. Go ahead.
I think like there's a bit of, I don't know. I feel like that needs a bit of unpacking though as well, because it seems conceivable that you could have a state, you could construct a system in which things in the laws of physics just seem to be simple. Right, and no matter how far you go in time, that those things just stay simple. I mean, I think like the increase of entropy is something where it's like, okay, yes, the increase of entropy in a system is something where we can, like infer like the arrow of time, but the natural question becomes, why ought entropy increase at all? Right, like are there intrinsic properties of a system that yield this phenomenon that the entropy of a system always tends to increase on the average?
I think it's just the sheer probability. Like it's much more likely for entropy to increase than to spontaneously decrease. And that's just the probability of the
There is statistics involved with it naturally. It's just vastly more statistically likely that entropy would increase rather than decrease. But the thing that physicists say is, so why don't we have like one-off instances where this is violated? And I don't mean in some local sense like we see all the time. That's not what's being talked about. But in that global sense, we literally, like, as far as I know, at least never see entropy increase. I'm not speaking locally. Obviously, locally it happens all the time. Entropy on Earth is lower because of the sun consistently adding energy to it. I think I would say that honestly, I don't think thermodynamics or entropy, which is a part of that, is actually a fundamental feature of reality. I feel that it's probably emergent from more underlying quantum mechanical phenomena. I know I'm not alone in that. Amongst professional physicists, there's a whole field that's been developed over the last, like, I think I want to say like somewhere between 6 and 8 or 6 and 10 years, called quantum thermodynamics, which attempts to, because like we can kind of understand thermodynamics at the quantum realm, at least with respect to what I've heard about this, but it's not like quite the same as it is at the classical level.
Well, like one elementary particle can have a charge and a spin, but it doesn't have any thermodynamic properties, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like one.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. That like where with a classical object we could associate thermodynamic, degrees of freedom to that physical system or that object. We can't really do the same thing, at least in the same way, at the quantum level. Like it's kind of not how reality works at that scale. And this is the thing, like, who the fuck knows what humans 100 years from now will know with respect to physics? Like, I don't think that like general relativity will be overturned, or that like atoms will somehow no longer be a thing. Like, there will never be a point in human history where it will be untrue that this phone is made of atoms. We might increase our understanding of what atoms are. We might increase our understanding of the interactions between them, but we will never show that it is wrong that this phone is made of atoms. So there are things that are just never going to be wrong in physics, and what I just said is one of them. But there's just so fucking much we don't know. Like, I don't think people really understand how primitive humans still are, largely speaking. We're a species that's existed for maybe ballpark a quarter of a million years. I know there's some differences there. Ballpark a quarter of a million years is as long as Homo sapiens have been around. We're quite a primitive species yet. That's like, there isn't a single physical model that somebody can point to in any field of physical science that's complete. I can point to ones that are effectively complete. If they're like, it's like if you're talking like renormalizable theories, we can renormalize them, make them effectively complete by just choosing to ignore certain energy levels. It's not quite that easy in non-renormalizable theories, but like there is no complete. Like, we don't know everything. There's so fucking much we don't know yet. It just
renormalization is a bizarre fucking thing.
It is, but the more I read into it, I'm like, this is so bizarre, but. I kind of, it's almost, I think it was Feynman that said something along the lines of, it's just so weird, but god damn it works, so we keep using it.
I was reminded of a quote by Neil deGrasse Tyson: the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Yep.
I'm just curious, like, if it's mathematically consistent to do it, though.
I think at least maybe more philosophical, maybe not amongst the physicists, but I think among some of the philosophers there is a debate on, like, in 80 years, is renormalization going to be a part of physics? And if so, will it look the same? I think that, because...
That was also a recent paper, a recent article that I asked you about on Twitter, like how one experiment proved non-locality or showed non-locality is true.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, the reality is fundamentally non-local. You can recover hidden variables theories, but they have to be non-local. You can't have a local hidden variable theory. You can have hidden variable theories and reproduce experiments, but they have to be non-local. I don't think hidden variables theories work. I don't think they're the right way to look at reality, but that's going to be probably more... I think the science has some things to say on that, but I really do think when we're talking some of this stuff. What's
Leo,
up?
You might want to check, like in the chat, because they're talking about something very interesting, especially Christopher Mouty, where he's talking about entropy actually decreases when you focus attention. Apparently, entropy has become kind of big in the neuroscience field.
That's great. That seems to me like this idea that entropy is related to how we measure reality, which I don't think there's a single prominent physicist that would agree with that. Entropy would exist even if humans or any agents at all did. I don't read the neuroscience on it, so I don't know shit about it. I would have to look at the literature, cross-reference that with professionals in neuroscience, professionals in physics, get the scoop on that, and that would take probably a few weeks to do. But
I'd be curious to how you would do that in the first place, because I mean, you're dealing with something that's like so complex, and you're dealing with something that has so much like noise in the sense of like random thermal motion just by like Brownian.
Oh yeah,
just by
there's
Brownian
processes, random thermal
fluctuations
in our brain.
Yeah, and it's just like, how exactly are you making a reliable measure of entropy in that system, given like how much
fMRI.
noise.
You have like a lot of you have like a lot of machines that can scan the brain.
You know what? Honestly,
a lot of scanning methods.
I think. Well, I mean, Maudi is. I'm just going to call him that because everybody else calls him that. I hope he's not. I don't think he's going to be upset. But if he is, he'll tell me, and I'll change.
Wait,
change
you
how I.
You had
anyway,
10, I'll leave if you want Maudi
no,
on.
there was a space he didn't join. If he wants to, I mean, if somebody wants to join, just let me know. I mean, I could put myself like backstage, I think, and bring somebody else in and let y'all talk.
Not physics entropy, broad entropy as a level of chaotic behavior in the brain when unfocused. I mean,
okay. That's why
because I think that something that's been an issue with respect to explaining consciousness, maybe I'm speaking of this more in a physics perspective, but I still think it's an interest, just something interesting to think about, something to chew on, is that I think one of the issues with trying to understand, which I think that largely we have understood consciousness, I obviously not fully, but I think that we know a hell of a lot more than a lot of particularly non-physicalists would try to argue. But I think that one of the reasons that it has been difficult is because of just the amount of random noise in the brain, like, and then trying to parse out what actually is random and what is a meaningful process.
Also experiments on to figure out how consciousness work is often unethical as well. Like you would, most information of most things we know about how the brain works comes from accidents. Like somebody got a hit on the head, and then some parts of the brain doesn't work anymore, and then
one guy with iron spike, people like that who went through horrible accidents, and then
it changed this personality.
But the one thing that I don't think, and it seems at least that most non-physicalists would agree with this, is that, well, at least to some extent, maybe not to the full extent of what I'm saying, but every aspect of human cognition, and this is with respect to my understanding of the field. So anybody in the chat, Maudi, that knows way more than I do, feel free to be like, Leo, you're dumb, shut up. Is that every aspect of human cognition that we have been capable of meaningfully measuring is thoroughly, and I want to stress that word, thoroughly rooted in generally a variety of directly physical processes, structures, or functions in the brain at a variety of different scales.
What is broad?
And we can change those even in minute ways and drastically alter the cognitive map, I guess you could say, layout, whatever word you want to use, of a person. I do not understand how anyone could know this and say, physicalism isn't true. What?
I don't.
What?
I mean, I think the issue, like, that people are going to take with physicalism, if they're arguing it properly, is that, like, it definitely makes sense to refer, like, to certain things, like, that organisms that have brains are able to do. You can do that in terms of, like, communication, and in terms of, like, how different ways organisms communicate, like, change over time and evolve, or things like that. But I mean, I think there's components of it that, even if you could explain in terms of, like, in terms of, like, the behavior of electrons or whatever, may not be best to explain in that way.
Yeah.
For instance,
and that's what I think.
Like, certain notions like that are derived, like, linguistically, like notions of color, or notions of,
or normative virtues.
Or something like that. And I think if you're going to, like, name your stake on physicalism, that's really going to be hard to explain how, like, these random and stochastic processes give rise to concepts, like right and wrong, and, like color or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of going to be a hard ask.
It's actually probably a good thing Speed isn't here with what I'm about to bring up. But if I were going to try to, like, if I were going to, like, just be a little bit of a devil's advocate and run an argument against physicalism, I think I would just take the the Angstrike path and run a rule following argument. Now, I do have my own objections to such a line of reasoning, but just to sort of outline that, I really hope I do this. I really hope I do this justice. Danny, if you're listening, please don't beat me up too bad if I fuck this up. I don't think he's listening. He's probably, I'm not going to say it, but he's probably
on TikTok.
Preoccupied at the moment. I'm just giving him shit. But see, we've got two people. I tell them, I want you to take these two numbers. I want you to add them together. And I want you to tell me what the result is. And let's say the result is 79, and that it is the right answer, and that both agents give that answer. I go to the first agent, and I say, okay, how your answer's right. How did you get it? Oh, well, it's simple. I just took the two numbers that you told me to add, and I applied the addition operation between them, and it returned this particular quantity. Oh, awesome, great. I go to the other guy, and he says, I used quaddition, which is a different operation that I did on the numbers. I still got the same answer. So, but his answer is correct. Now, I would say, okay, you got the right answer, but you didn't follow the right rules to get that answer. What physical facts account for person A following the rule and person B not following the rule? What physical facts, any physical facts account for that? That's effectively what a rule, because it seems that I could alter a wide array of relevant physical facts, and this person getting the right answer using quaddition instead of addition would still be the case. So if that's the case, it seems that somebody properly following the rule is not going to be given in terms of physical facts, and that thereby other normative virtues cannot be accounted for solely in terms of physical facts. And this seems to underdetermine physicalism as an explanation for cognition and consciousness in the mind. Is that what we can alter these physical facts? We still get this. Like these results are the same despite changing a wide array of relevant physical facts. So it seems that physical facts don't really account for this, and that seems to underdetermine physicalism.
For me,
hey, Leo, I appreciate your enthusiasm. I love your enthusiasm, man. Hey, I don't. Hey, I can't stick around. I wanted to hop on, and I just want to tell you congratulations and everything.
Thank you, Dave.
And we go back having a couple interactions back on Rebecca's channel, and you were always civil with me, answering my questions and everything. I always appreciated it. And I've been following you around. I like your interactions online and your content, and look forward to what you're going to do in the future. Best of luck and everything.
Thank you much, Dave. I really appreciate it. I hope to keep seeing you around, because some of the comments you make are just so goddamn funny.
Well, hey, selfless plug. I made a new video today. I'm slowly building up. I'm slowly building up my channel. Yes, Captive Desk.
If you're in my chat right now, you need to go check that out. I didn't know you had a channel.
Yep. I'm slowly getting it together, but so yeah. But I got a couple of videos up now, and fresh one today. I took a slightly different angle at answering the questions that atheists can't answer. So check it out and let me know what you think about it.
Will do.
All right, everybody have a good night, and I'll see you all around, I'm sure.
You too, Dave. Thanks for swinging by.
All right, brother.
Peace out.
Yeah, to the point you're making, Leo, this kind of reminds me of a lesson that's kind of taught in mathematics. For instance, to kind of engage like the heart of it, what does it mean, for instance, when I say 1/2 is equal to 2/4?
Was that like a legitimate question that you want?
Sure.
I would say, what does it mean to say that I'm sorry, what was that again? Just to make sure I get it right.
What does it mean to say that 1/2 is equal to 2/4?
Oh, well, I would say that what that means is that this is a a truth value that can be deductively verified from merely a set of axioms. So I'm going to say that what it means to say that those two things are equal is just to say that given some set of axioms, what we're going to find if we run the deductive inference with those set of axioms with respect to this is that there isn't going to be any legitimate conclusion in which they aren't considered logically equivalent quantities. That would just be my answer. I don't know if that's meaningful.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So kind of like the thing I expect people to say, like, and I've been people that are like undergrad, that are like, you know, that are undergrads that are taking like college algebra or something like that, and I'll give them the question like, well, what do you mean? Like, what does it mean to say 1/2 is equal to 2/4? And they'll give an answer like, oh, well, they're the same. They're equivalent.
Well, yeah, but why?
Yeah, but what is that? Yeah, but like, what does that mean? I'm asking you, like, what does it mean to say that the two things are equivalent to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
You telling me it's equivalent doesn't answer. It's not insightful in any way.
Yep.
And basically, like, what it means in the general case to say like that A divided by B is equal to C divided by D, for instance. This notion is actually something that's like very, very sneaky. Like the notion of equivalence in mathematics is something you have to define very cautiously.
Yes.
Because like to say that A divided by B is equal to C divided by D, right? We're not at all saying that A is equal to C and that B is equal to D.
Yeah,
that would be horrible. That
it
would
wouldn't
be
necessarily be transitive. Is transitive the word I'm looking for? I think it is.
But the point is, like, if you were to say, like, take that same and literally like that A is equal to B and C equals to D, you would end up with very bad mathematics, and you would have all sorts of logical inconsistencies with the system. So what it means to say that A divided by B is equal to C divided by D is to say that for any given numbers A, B, C, D, that A times D minus B times C is equal to 0. That any given any four numbers, that relationship holds. And that's how you can say A divided by D is equal to C, or A divided by B is equal to C divided by D, right? But it's also like this like question of this general notion of equivalence, right? Of, you know, if somebody's getting an answer using, if you ask somebody to compute something, right, and they get two different answers, well, they're both in principle conceivably correct. It really depends on the rule or like what things you interpret as valid in terms of how to operate with those symbols, for instance.
Yeah,
right? So, I mean,
that's where to me, I like people say, well, why are certain things in math true? I think that like truth in mathematics and logic is similar in the sense that when we say that two things are like equivalent to each other, despite like there being different, like some. This is sort of a linguistic term, but I'm going to use it here anyway because it's the only word that comes to mind that I think accurately portrays. There could be syntactic or like formal, maybe not formal, structural differences between what's being represented, yet they are like they're equivalent. To me, this is just axiomatic. Like if you didn't have the axioms, you wouldn't be able to show that. That wouldn't be something that's going to be true. So like something being like particularly with equivalence, something being true in logic or mathematics is just in virtue of some deductive inference from some set of axioms. That's just me.
Yeah.
That's just how I live. I'm not a Platonist with respect to math and logic, so I'm a nominalist. So my views might not align with others. That's fine.
One of the interesting things is like I think you're also familiar with the phenomenon of synesthesia, right? Where different senses get mixed up. And that's actually There's also an interesting form of synesthesia where, like, you have like a piece of paper where you have the number 5 and the letter S written on it, but they are just mirror images of each other. Like one is 5 and one is S. And some people with synesthesia can see the number 5 in a color and easily distinguish that from the letter S. So this tells us that our brain somehow views numbers like colors sometimes, or maybe it's our brains have.
I think in a lot of ways.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
I think in a lot of ways that's a correspondence relation.
Yeah.
Kind of like how, in a certain sense, I can say that 5, what is it? That 5 is equal to 2, right? Well, what do you mean?
There's a quality associated with the number 5, like the color blue, yeah, and the sound, a certain sound. Also, yeah, it's quality. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and technically, there's nothing wrong with me saying that 5 is equal to 2, but I actually need to be a little more specific with the statement, right? If I were to live in a universe where the largest number I could conceive of is 3, right, for some weird reason, then 5 would be equal to 3. In mathematical terms, 5 is equal to 3 mod 2, or 2 mod 3. Sorry. So 3 with a remainder 2.
I think before I say anything, I should Bowdy. Anything you'd like to say or ask her?
Well, first and foremost, congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, impressive.
Totally psyched. Totally psyched to be. I guess I'm in the lion's den right now. Is that what's happening?
Hell yeah. But not in a bad way, though. You're one of the other lions.
That sounded like you were about to crack open some Cavassier.
more like joining the pack.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. No, man, I just wanted to stop by. You can thank Titan for shilling this. And I was just like, oh, Leo, man,
well, thank you, Titan.
We are the Wonder Twins. I still think that we should have a debate show just called I Dare You. And we'll open
that would be fun.
Any topic that you and I agree on and disagree with another person on, they're done. Done.
Probably.
So that's what I want. I want to set those up once a month, and maybe we'll have a couple beers during it, and that'll make it super fun and entertaining. But only once a month, because it'll be a treat. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
it'll be a treat for everyone involved.
For sure.
It's a brainchild. I'm working on it. It's in the ethers still, but it's gonna happen.
Is there something else that you would like to add?
I was actually going to jump into the topic that you guys were talking about.
Oh, by all means.
Oh boy, here we go.
So I don't want to be confused about the comment that I made in the side chat. I think that the way that complexity and chaos and entropy is being talked about in consciousness research has more to do with the algorithms used in brain scans to determine consciousness and stuff, rather than the physics definition of thermodynamics as related, or entropy as related in thermodynamics.
Yeah.
And in that, it's even though it's not physics. And so I'm gonna try to sell you on why it's still interesting in psychology, right? Because when doing brain scans in cognitive neuroscience, brain scans are inferences, right? If you wanted to be a real devil's advocate about brain scans, you can just be like, they are inferences on inferences on inferences. You know what I mean? And correlation does not mean causation. And you can go through all of those things. And that's fine. I accept all of it with the understanding it's the best that we have right now, and we get reliable and valid data. With that in mind, for people that have consciousness problems, because there are these people that have something called locked-in syndrome, even disorders that rob you of yourself or consciousness or memory, like dementias, neurodegenerative disorders. There are ways of determining how complicated your brain reacts to a magnetic impulse perturbation that is put in your brain. It's not painful, but it's recordable. And your brain reacts in a certain complex way when you are conscious. When you are focusing on something, it changes. And when you're unconscious, it changes. And it has to do with the change in complexity or entropy, the way that it's measured. Also, very quickly, as applied, and then I'm going to talk about synesthesia. Don't think I forgot about that shit. As it applies to EEGs, which is another way of scanning the brain. Now, I work with the sense of smell. The sense of smell is very difficult to record what's called an ERP on the EEG. EEG is an acronym for electroencephalogram, and ERP is an evoked response potential in the brain. Now, with smell, it's very difficult because unlike pain or even taste, where like there is an instant where you know the food is in your mouth, the stimulus has arrived, smell is like air traveling in your nose through the turbulence and binding with receptors once it's gotten onto your mucus. So the point being, the point of contact of the stimulus is super difficult to measure for olfaction. Complexity and entropy is being used in EEGs to show that when your brain is in a regular default mode, not the default mode network, but when it is not focusing on something, the entropy rises. And also, when you focus on something, you can see a dip in the entropy. And again, it is an inference, and you can't tell what they're paying attention to just based on that. But with that data, you can determine when the complexity of the brain changes and the entropy decreases, you can infer that they're focusing attention on something, and that's what's decreasing the entropy. So that was that bit. Synesthesia. Speaking of consciousness, there are arguments that synesthesia is the way to study consciousness. What better way to study this thing that we call perception? Because if you're talking about perception, you also have to, if you're talking about consciousness, you also have to include things like perception, cognition, language, categorizing, classifying, right? Classifications are the mental representations of external categories.
I'd say you also have to add metacognition.
And Chunk, say that again.
Metacognition.
Metacognition.
Thinking about thinking.
Midnight is a psychology buff, Mount. He's gonna ask you a lot of questions, and I hope he does. I hope he does.
He and I have talked about psychology at length before. That's you're a physics buff, I'm a psychology buff, so fuck you, Leo. But no. For me, maybe it's just my lack of understanding, but for me, like entropy, since we're all physical beings, right? We're all slaves, quote unquote, to the laws of physics. Entropy is entropy for me. Like if you're talking about entropy in the brain, I was like, oh, cool. Entropy thermodynamics. But you said no, it's broad entropy. I was like, what the fuck is broad entropy? Like seriously.
Well, the thing that I liked is that Mounty actually thoroughly explained what he means by the concept. For me, I don't have any problem with people taking a term and using it in a way that might fall out of some orthodox usage, as long as they define what they mean in a meaningful and informative way. And I think Mowdy did that, so I don't disagree with what he said. That seems very promising.
Well, yeah.
Oh, it is.
Well, yeah. But,
I have a quick rabbit hole after you're done, Midnight, about how consciousness and cognitive neuroscience machines are used. But I want you to finish your point, Midnight.
Well, I keep forgetting the goddamn name of it. I even mentioned it. How the brain is actually more active at rest. They discovered it. What the fuck did they discover this in the year 2000? What the fuck was it? You know what I'm talking about? With the brain is more active at rest.
All I can say is that I have heard that over the last 20 or 25 years, the developments we've made in neuroscience are greater than literally all of human history before the last 20 or 25. I don't know if it's true, but
well, look. There's a.
I have some questions about that, but
there's a lot that we could get into when it comes to neuroscience, and Bowdy and I have definitely talked about that. Where I know what I want to say, but this fucking stuttering is annoying. But
who cares? We love you, Midnight. You take your time. You're not going to see anything. Well, then fuck them. They're not here right now, so it doesn't matter. Maybe not fuck them. I don't know if they're cute or not, because that's gonna play into that.
I mean, but no, definitely a lot of discoveries, like you said, in the last 20 years have dwarfed what we know. What we knew. Right. What I find very interesting, and I actually learned it from reading the 7.5 lessons of the brain, is that our brains are actually prediction machines. You know what I mean? They predict they predict the future based on the past. And the interesting thing is that is that every creature on the planet seems to have this predictive ability. And see, he's agreeing with me. He's agreeing with me.
If I could jump in. Were you finished, Midnight? I don't want to.
Well, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just, as a point of moderation, I see Jesus saves in the backstage. It looks like the generic icon. Would you be willing? Nobody else will be able to see you but me. Would you be willing to just temporarily turn your camera on so I can ensure you're not going to come in and like porn bomb us?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I probably won't admit you because I don't know who you are. And I'm not going to admit somebody if I don't know who they are because I'm not. It's not going to happen on my channel. I don't tolerate porn bombing and the trolling and all that stuff. So if you could just for a couple of seconds turn your camera on, that way I know that you're an actual person that just wants to kind of contribute to the discussion. That would be great. Okay, he left. All right, continue. It takes care of that, doesn't it?
I guess the philosophical aspect of me, because I think some of this, well, a lot of it, kind of rests like philosophically in questions of like, if I were to give you like, suppose I just were to give you data like that's relevant to the type of work that cognitive neuroscientists and psychologists deal with, the question of kind of like the question of reverse engineering of, is there ever like a sufficient level of data, like without seeing the thing that it was derived from, like where you could say with confidence that the thing is conscious itself?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, wait, hold on here. Can I get I just want to make sure I'm tracking you properly. Can I get you to repeat that, Immutable?
Yeah, I'm saying, for instance, like, if I were to give you data like that resembles something that we know exhibits conscious activity, but essentially I were to put whatever the true source of the data was behind a black box, for instance, right? So you can't see what it was, and I just gave you the data. Could you reverse engineer it and tell me whether or not the thing itself was conscious?
You know what that sounds like to me? A Chinese room kind of style of basically
that kind of question.
Which I think that's actually a pretty interesting.
I mean, what about Alan?
It's a great topic of conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I wanted to.
I'm curious as to your view on it, Mouty, as to if that question is like feasible to answer, or if there's
that's a way more philosophical question, right?
Yeah, you can't really do that.
A psychology answer would involve an operational definition of consciousness, and the psychological operational definitions for consciousness are not satisfying. Right?
Okay.
It is pretty much when a subject says that they perceive something, we as researchers accept that subject is conscious of the thing they are saying that they perceive. That is a very rough, broad stroke definition of it. But go ahead.
You said something about not being satisfied. I didn't catch all of that. I don't think. I was just wondering if you might reiterate that quickly.
Oh, the definition. So this is. I teach Intro to Psych, and when I teach the consciousness class, the textbook that I use has this janky operational definition, and I teach it, but I also teach my students that it is janky, and I usually use it as a springboard to talk about how more satisfying it is to talk philosophically about consciousness. So I kind of hijack my own class.
Aren't there better sources? Like, yeah, I know the textbook does that, but there are better sources that talk about consciousness. Better, I guess.
I agree. And it really, and of course, the textbook author is not a consciousness researcher, whereas people like Anil Seth, this guy right here, this guy uses the complexity thing that I was talking about earlier to measure consciousness. So actually, real quick, let me in talking about consciousness, this kind of touches what you were talking about, immutable. So there is this thing called locked-in syndrome. Locked-in syndrome is essentially when somebody is conscious, but they have no outward way of letting you know that. So they look like they're in a coma. They look like they're in a vegetative state. They look like they are not conscious. By all outward, appearances, right? Because we as conscious beings have this weird egocentric assumption that because we're conscious, other things that are conscious kind of look like us. So when we see something like us not moving and behaving like us, we infer that it's not conscious. But locked in syndrome has these subjects have consciousness. Now, one way of determining this was in a magnetic resonance imaging magnet machine. They had these individuals that look like vegetative state comas think about either playing tennis or walking through their house. Why? Because the parts of the brains that you need to think about moving somatically in a tennis motion versus walking spatiotemporally through a house or a map are two completely different parts of the brain. Now, that is such a reliable finding that people are now using fMRIs as translators for people with locked-in syndrome because they can answer yes/no questions based on thinking of one thing versus another. Now, that is an expensive translator.
Yeah, and also locked-in syndrome sounds like a fucking nightmare. I mean, I already had trouble communicating. That's all I fucking need. I need to be locked in. Like, wait, why can't I move? Is anyone there? Hello? No one reacts. Like, fuck that.
That would be horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I think as fun as the philosophical aspect of it is, I do think there is a, it does connect back to the scientific question. Because, like, let's say, for instance, disregarding all the issues with actually trying to, know if it's right. But let's say, like, 1,000, however many years in the future, right, we do discover, planets that, other than our own, that have life, and that the evolutionary
and that are
history
actually
on those
flat
planets. Maybe.
I'm sorry.
We'll see if the flat earthers are. We'll see if the flat earthers are right at least once. But no, I mean, let's suppose, for argument's sake, and it's fairly likely that you find planets that are habitable to life, and that the evolutionary history on those planets is such that intelligent life, like that of Homo sapiens or somewhere near that, is has had enough time to evolve given its solar system and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But you would like to know, right? What do they know?
Minds want to know.
Well,
what exactly do they know? Are they conscious? Do they have a similar level of cognition to what we do? I mean, is there such a thing as a general theory of consciousness?
No.
Or something like that
In
we
fact,
could
from a
develop?
philosophical perspective, the article that is always pointed to is, what is it like to be a bat?
Oh, Thomas,
yeah, I love
there we
that.
go.
There's one thing I gotta say. There's one thing I gotta say. I could be wrong. I very well could be wrong, but from what I've seen, I don't think Thomas Nagel was a non-physicalist. He was just raising questions. I could be wrong because I really haven't read much into him. So if somebody says,
it's
"Oh
that
no, that's
idea.
wrong,"
Like, you can't say that a bat's not conscious, but you also can't say that a bat is conscious like a human or like a dog.
Right.
Or like,
well, their senses
I mean,
and the way they
there's
experience the world is completely different, right?
I mean, there's different levels. There's different levels of consciousness.
it seems to me that
Like
when
even
somebody
an amoeba could be considered conscious because they do have a lot of the same the same patterns that that the other creatures do. Like
man, you're reminding me of a situation where and I don't want to bang on psychologists here too much, but we were having
those damn mathematicians.
we were having a conversation about consciousness, and like I was asking just preliminarily, like, oh well, what do you define conscious to be? Something consciousness to be. Oh, reacts to stimuli. Okay, well, a bacterium can do that. Making decisions based upon like stimuli that are given to it. Okay, bacteria do the same thing. Like, it does it in a very complicated way.
What do you mean by makes decisions, though? Is this like a normative notion, or is this like maybe something more dispositional? What I mean, some people think norms are dispositional, so
I would say dispositional.
Okay.
I would say it's dispositional because there's like statistical models of if you give, some population or colony a particular input, it's likely to respond in a certain way for a number of reasons. But we were going down like this checklist of like, what do you think something like needs in order to like bare bones qualify as consciousness?
Excellent.
And it was like, okay, but in that case, you could argue like that something as simple as a microbe exhibits conscious behavior.
Yep. It has appetitive behavior. It has avoidance behavior.
Yeah, and I was thinking,
and it predicts the future based on the past. Like Maori, especially from the book 7.5 Lessons, to where she talks about that, like literally every creature on the planet seems to have this ability of predicting the future based on the past.
Well, it makes the brain efficient, right?
That's evolution,
with the nervous system in order to automatize and make most efficient your body budgeting. Predict what's going to happen instead of reacting to things as they happen.
I almost feel like that would just
be passed on their genes, right? The ones that weren't efficient enough to reproduce didn't pass it on.
Fun fact, 500 million years ago, hunting appeared.
Yeah.
I mean, it's true, I think.
It is,
but
you had asked earlier if there was a general theory of consciousness, and there's not as far as how consciousness works, but some would say that there is a general theory of determining of what consciousness is, and that is called, and you knew I was going here, panpsychism. It could be that consciousness. I'm not a proponent of this position. I'm merely outlining it. If
don't make me get Emerson Green now.
A property that was consciousness, right? And it was an essential property of the universe. But in order for it to be manifested in the way that we're familiar with, it needs to accumulate in certain organisms in such a way that we call it consciousness. This would kind of account for how people see plants as being conscious.
I mean, I guess that actually makes sense when you think about it. Like it sounds woo-woo when you think about it, but
I would probably take a more philosophical definition with conscious. I don't think that an agent can be conscious absent like so for me, and I'm not going to say that this is some exhaustive definition or anything like that.
Something have to look like to be conscious.
But I would say that consciousness is going to include. I would say three things. What's that? Go ahead.
I'm going to come at you now about the consciousness in the mycelial network. You know that, right?
I know that. Absolutely. And I'm interested to hear about that because it may change my views.
Yeah.
But I think, and I'm probably going to get beat up over this. So I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think that 3, potentially 2, because 2 of them could maybe be considered together. I know a lot of philosophers that probably would, are going to be not necessarily in this order: emotional intelligence, normativity, or goal directedness in a higher order way that is based on evaluative standards utilized to prescribe actions and behaviors, and then intentionality, the state of being about things. I'm going to say that those are going to be the 3 main things that are going to make an agent a conscious, self-aware agent, without at least self-aware. Maybe there's a distinction between consciousness and self-awareness. I really don't know the literature on that, but let me just talk about self-awareness, because that's what I really want to get to. I think those 3 things, you can't have self-awareness without them: intentionality, normativity, emotional intelligence. I could be wrong though. Beat me up.
Well, I mean, no, I'm just saying, like, there are a lot of people who are emotionally intelligent, but they're not self-aware. Like, I mean, I guess you could say they have various degrees of emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? Like,
but remember, it's not solely emotional intelligence that defines self-awareness. It's emotional intelligence, normativity, and intentionality.
So I just need a clarifying question here, and this is the first.
I need a lot of clarifying questions.
So when a cat takes a shit and licks its own asshole, is that self-awareness? Or
I think so.
just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know?
I would argue.
Cat.
I would argue it's normative.
Huh.
No, I mean, if the cat was self-aware, he wouldn't do that. They'd be like, "Why the fuck am I doing this?"
No,
Wait, so
you're
we get a piece of toilet paper and start like
cat's behavior. To a cat, the stuff sticking our paw in our butt with a wad of paper on it is probably disgusting.
Yeah, you've got a
Smearing
perfectly
all
good
around.
tongue, dude. What are you doing?
What the fuck are we talking about? Are we talking about?
I have
No, but
fucked this
That's
conversation.
the question
you
I
used
ask
the cat-
myself every time.
Since you used a cat as an example, licking its butthole after it shits is not the intentionality part. It's crawling over to you while you're lying down and putting its butthole in your face. That's the intentional part.
Yeah,
Here's my puppy.
definitely true.
Every cat does it. There it is.
But what do you mean
It's
by
a sign of affection from a cat.
You're my cat.
What's
do
up,
you mean by
Midnight?
normity?
Normativity? So
yeah, normativity.
Normativity is the
That's my
idea that our
introduction.
actions and behaviors are prescribed by evaluative standards. The best way to really paint the picture here is to give an example. Say that I am hungry and I desire to eat food. Well, I can take that desire that I have to eat food and use that as a standard that I can then use to evaluate the actions or behaviors that I engage in, and that what it's going to prescribe with respect to those actions and behaviors are the actions and behaviors that most probably conduce, furnish, or bring about the content of that standard. In short,
in other
what you could
words-
say is that if I desire to eat food because I'm hungry, then I ought to prepare a meal. And so the concept of oughts is very important to normativity.
Oh, he left.
And yeah, take it easy, Mowdy. I'm assuming something came up. Leo, you rock my
You
fat
rock my
ass.
shit. Jesus
How
Christ.
fat's that ass? Okay, I should.
Okay,
I should.
okay,
Oh my
okay. Come
God.
on, man. Down, boy.
For a second there, I
Down,
thought I
boy.
said like I get
I thought you
going.
were straight.
Midnight
I was like,
down,
oh.
boy.
I thought you were straight. I mean, he's
I
mine
am.
anyway,
I just
but-
like to joke around with people, you know. I'm comfortable
yeah.
enough on my sexuality.
Okay,
That's how it
sure you
started
are,
with
fat
me.
boy. But what the fuck? Oh yeah. If I understand you correctly, like when you're hungry, like when when you're hungry, you would take action to satisfy that hunger, to
Yes.
Okay, so you could say so if a cop asks you why did you punch that guy, I was hungry. He was in the way of my food.
Well, I mean, technically, you could say that. Look, when I get hungry, I get violent, and so the actions that I engage in, I'm going to think I ought to engage in virtue of the standards that I'm using. I mean,
I joke about
technically,
it,
yes.
but it's just it's yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, definitely. It's like okay, it
Yeah,
sucks that Matty left, but
I was gonna ask him something in regard, like on the brink of asking if you accept the idea, like if you're willing to entertain the idea that something like a bacterium or something like that can be conscious, right, or exhibits like the same types of qualities that organisms, which we would all agree
I
are
mean, doesn't a
conscious,
bacteria
exhibit.
hunt?
It does.
Yeah. So,
but the point being, like, is if you can, like, accurately and like logically say that a bacteria is conscious and a human is conscious, is the term conscious like any useful anymore?
Well, there's different
Like,
levels, I would say. Like,
probably. I mean,
I do think consciousness could be
gradient,
considered
right?
spectral.
yeah, it's a
Spectrum,
spectrum.
But and see, that's why.
Like
Honestly,
so
I
many other
prefer to
things on
talk
this
about.
panel.
Yeah, you goddamn right. Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Oh shit. And that's why, at the end of the day, I think I prefer the term self-awareness. I think that at least in some like general colloquial sense, when people talk about consciousness, and again, I'm speaking in some general colloquial sense, it seems that what most people are talking about is like the self, being aware of yourself and your surroundings, and be that the goal directedness that's based on that, being those kinds of things. And so I'm going to say, with respect to that, normativity, intentionality, and emotional intelligence are those three things are fundamental, in my view, to self-awareness.
But what about empathy?
I don't know
Would that
about
be
the
part of
emotional intelligence. I don't know about the emotional intelligence bit, but I think, I don't know if you would agree, but it seems like bacteria seem to kind of have normative standards.
I don't think so.
They can really express it, but I
mean,
sure.
I would say that
if
cats and dogs do, but I don't think bacteria do. I think it's probably going to be just large. See, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And if you expose a particular microbe to like heat, for instance, it's going to express a protein, usually a heat shock protein, that protects itself from being boiled alive, effectively. And if you give,
humans need that.
if you deprive like bacteria or even like mammalian cells of certain nutrients, they begin to go into senescence, right? They engage in mechanisms that are geared towards their own survival.
But would that be?
To act in a certain? They act in a very specified way, which is geared towards their own survival, rather than something non-trivial. Well, rather than something trivial.
But do you think that that's normative or just merely dispositional? Now, I should clarify. That some people might argue that at the end of the day, even in like humans, norms are going to ultimately be rooted in some sort of like dispositional aspect of the mind. I don't know if I don't disagree with that, but I don't know if I agree. I just need to read on it a little bit more. But it seems to me that bacteria responding to some of these stimuli is dispositional in the same way that like sugar dissolving in water is a disposition that happens under the mutual manifestation of sugar and water, all things being equal in the right scenario. But nobody's going to say that the sugar ought to dissolve in the water. That's just not the right way to look at it. And me personally, I would say the same thing about bacteria. I would say I think it's largely just dispositional. Like this is sort of like the same thing as what happens when you put a piece of wood in a fire, or like I said, a sugar in water, a sugar cube in water, where it's just dispositional. And even if norms are at the end of the day something dispositional, I still think that there's a level at which there's going to be a disconnect there. I think I probably lean toward the idea that norms probably aren't mere dispositions.
Yeah, I've been so busy this semester. I haven't had the time to like really bang my head against a philosophy book enough to make sense of it. But just like, to me, it's remarkable how you can like observe systems which are, simple, quote unquote, and just marvel at the level of complexity they show. Not just, forget about the molecular details that are going on. I mean, the behavior of some of these like organisms, even simple ones like different like bacterial species and species that are even more exotic like archaea and stuff. It's just absolutely insane.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they taught stem cells that they put on a microchip to play Pong.
Wait,
really?
That's pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking badass.
They thought
I did not.
What the fuck?
I did not know about that.
They took neuron stem cells.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And mapped it onto a microchip and taught let that motherfucker learn how to play Pong.
Okay, that's just fucking
wow.
Cool,
that's
that is...
okay.
Look, I'm sorry.
At work.
Well, wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I just wanted to say, this was something a long time ago. I remember that they actually linked two, like it was either two rat neurons or two human neurons to an artificial neuron, like over the internet. Like they had an artificial neuron actually communicate with two other, with two neurons, like in other parts of the world. Like there was an artificial one and two natural ones. I was like, damn.
Haven't they entangled neurons in neural networks? No, I'm sorry. No, Nitty, go ahead.
They've also taken human neuron clusters and put them in mice to help study the effects of like different drugs on human neurons.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cool shit. There's a lot of cool shit being done out there.
We're not special.
Well,
yes, right here. I think this is the one. neural networks take on. I thought that they entangled like two different neural. I'd have to read the article to make sure I'm understanding it again. I'll do that later. What the fuck
So
was I
how did
gonna
we get
say?
onto consciousness anyway? Who did
I think
this?
we were talking about. Oh, that was me, because I was asking him about kind of like the ghost in the shell kind of thought experiment of like, suppose I just gave you data of something that by all intents and purposes seemed like that gave you data that was relevant, and if you like had a human in front of you, you would say, yeah, that's definitely a conscious thing. But if you just had the data and you didn't have the thing it was obtained from, could you say it was conscious?
Well, I do have a question. Is Ultron conscious? I know he's an AI from MCU, but let's talk about that.
Well, I'm going to be honest.
Jarvis
I think that it's possible that because I'm a functionalist with respect to the mind, so I think that consciousness is largely a result of the processes and functions that the brain engages in. Well, more than just a brain, but I'm just kind of speaking simply here.
Midnight, was that because I pulled that on Mark the other night? Did you see that?
I didn't know if you did that. It was just a coincidence.
I asked him because he was talking about we were talking about AIs gaining sentience and.
Oh, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
What I wanted to say, Iron Man 2 by him. Let's see what he thought about it. Mark Reed, is Mark still with us out there?
I don't know. I know he's had some things he had to do. I mean, if we're still going, he wants to come. He might come back. I don't know how long he's got.
Well, I didn't know that. I was like, well, I bring up Ultron, and you're like, hey, I did that to him before. I was like, damn.
What I wanted to say with respect to that was that being a functionalist, I think that it's possible that if somebody developed like a silicon chip, like a micro level silicon chip that could do everything that a neuron could, and then you like slowly replace the neurons in someone's brain with this, and then at some point their brain was just like a massive artificial brain. I don't think that there would be any effect on their consciousness.
Well, no, there wouldn't.
So I think that it's at least theoretically possible. Whether or not we ever do it, I don't know.
Yeah,
but it's at least theoretically possible that we could develop an artificial intelligence that is by all rights sentient.
Well, no,
I don't see why that's so profound. Or
I would say the biggest issue with that, and to put it in like mathematical terms, is that it's this issue. I would say it's mostly a philosophical issue, right? Because there's just certain like things that, given no matter how many axioms you instantiate, you just can't answer the question definitively as having, like, you can't know the proposition of the statement to be true or false.
Well, I do want to like say something really quick to what Leo said. Like, if you take a human brain and slowly replace every neuron with an artificial one. But the consciousness remains the same. Then,
like Theseus.
Basically, yeah,
brain
I guess.
of Theseus.
Yeah, there you go. Brain of Theseus. But yeah, it's like you replace every neuron little by little, and with an artificial one, but you're still you. Your consciousness is still Leo, immutable. Bree, me. The most important
I would
person in the
say
room.
I
Notice
think
how you
part
were
of
left
this.
out of that, Nitty. You were just left
That's
out.
okay.
Nitty, sorry.
I don't exist.
You know,
I'm a fiction of the rest.
He's
of
a
the
pea
dream.
zombie. It's okay.
Yeah, I would say, and this is probably more of a pretentious statement to make about the sciences, but I would say a lot of these issues kind of come down to like an assumption of like monism, like, and that monism is correct when it comes to.
I don't think I hold the monism though, at least personally.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Do you not think
at the fundamental like laws of physics, like that monism is kind of like a brute assumption?
I mean, are we talking about?
I guess it depends on what like instance you're applying. Like with respect to like specifically consciousness, I would probably be like some monist because I don't think there's a duality there. I don't think that any aspect of our consciousness or
Jesus Christ, behave.
Something over and above the physical processes in the brain. But I mean, if that's all monism means in every instance is that it's just like physics all the way down, or like physical stuff all the way down, then I suppose I would be a monist. I've never really like looked into what monism is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I accept the fact like there's like that physics is the end all be all in terms of like explaining things.
I agree with that. I don't.
I do.
I think you can say like that in a certain limit, physics gives rise to certain things. Kind of like how you can say like, look, I can describe the behavior of particles, and given certain properties of the molecules, I can tell you about millions of particles, colliding with each other and describe it as a fluid.
Physics, right? I mean,
yeah, there are. I mean,
we just have to.
But I don't know.
What was the question? What?
She said there's brute facts. Sorry, go ahead.
Brute facts of physics.
I mean, I think that there are. There's going to be some.
I don't know.
Think
to me, it just seems like it's physics all the way down. Like or I guess all the way up, also all the way down.
Well, I think ontically that's the case, but I don't think physics is going to be capable of providing descriptions of all of it. And I think that that's just going to have to do with like scale. Like, there's just going to be things that we want to know about that physics. Yeah. Physics is why it exists, but it can't fully account for all the features that we're trying to explain.
You don't need to find. We need to find strings. Okay, that's what we need to find.
I don't think we will.
I know, but we need to find strings. Okay, we just need to find strings. We need to prove end theory and see, and just finally unlock the theory of everything and finally understand the universe.
I don't know.
Is there a theory of everything?
I would say string theory. I would say string theory, if it's true, is a theory of everything.
I don't think it's even remotely likely that string theory is true, though, personally. So,
I mean,
one of the books.
String theory has been around for a very fucking long time.
That doesn't.
And it didn't explain even the thing it was originally proposed to explain. Quantum chromodynamics ended up doing that.
But look how much it's contributed, like, to modern physics, like to modern.
It really hasn't, honestly. Like, there's a couple of things that we've like teased out of it, but like most physicists don't care about string theory.
Right.
Hey, watch your tongue. Brian Greene does. Brian Greene is a poster child.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that there's techniques that were first formalized and used popularly in string theory that are used to solve problems in modern physics.
But that doesn't bear on string theory's truth.
No, but I mean, it definitely shows you that string theory has had its use.
String theory.
Right?
Is it that string theory had its use, or that fundamental things upon which string theory is based mathematically can find use in other applications?
Depends what you mean. I mean, the most popular version of string theory is 11th dimensional. So unless you're instantiating. So unless you're going on board with like, okay, we have extra dimensions beyond the 3 in time, and they're very microscopic, sure. But I don't know if you mean something like less than that or more than that, or what exactly.
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't think string theory is an accurate description of reality. Like, practically none of it is. I don't really think any part of it has been shown to be true. It didn't explain even what it was originally proposed to explain. Most physicists don't really care about string theory. They're just kind of doing whatever, they
care about it as much as they care about loop quantum gravity and other alternatives to quantum gravity.
Not really at all. Like, physicists don't really talk about these things.
I care about string theory, and it will be proven, Leo.
I mean, it's still an active field of research in modern physics.
Yeah,
well, sure, but not in the sense of like it could be true, but in the sense of like what aspects of this could we use to develop a true like. You're not going to find many physicists that are like, oh yeah, string theory is probably going to be true.
May I ask you a question?
String theory's probably not true.
Except for the only thing I would object to with that is with the notion of supersymmetry.
Because, supersymmetry is probably more false than string theory is.
Okay, but the thing is, though, it's plausible that if we had better detectors, you could detect supersymmetry. And if you do detect supersymmetry, string theory is automatically.
But there are particles. there are particles that we should have detected well within energy levels that we had the capability of reaching. We didn't. Not only that, but with certain quantum mechanical or quantum field theoretical effects, like the Casimir effect, this is a result of, you take two electrically charged plates and you get them like really small plates, like microscopic, and you get them very, very close to each other. What ends up happening is, okay, I always get fucked up here. Is it that they move apart, or is it that they move together? I think it's that they move apart because the modes of the field between the two plates possess greater energy than the modes outside it. If supersymmetry were true, the supersymmetric partner of the photon should cancel out that effect, and we shouldn't observe it, but we do. That's one of the main reasons why practically no physicists accept string theory.
Well,
supersymmetry.
Look, if you're going to tell me that certain parts of physics need tampering, I'm just going to refer you back to 40 plus years of physicists mangling with quantum field theory to deal with renormalization.
Well, but renormalization is more just a mathematical technique for getting rid of like the Feynman loops, the infinite amount of Feynman loops that appear in the path integrals. Because it's just because they're not necessary. We don't care. We don't care about them. Why would we incorporate them? Why would we incorporate an infinite amount of things into our models when like they're not important?
You have to.
So we just kind of like
because they contribute to the overall probability.
Only up to a certain point, though.
Well, yeah, but they contribute overall to the probability density of the thing you're studying. That's why
only up to a certain point, though, because a lot of them will cancel out. So that's kind of like what renormalization is considering that cancellation. Like the fact that we have to renormalize our field theories is more because our field theories are incomplete models. Like that's what it is. Renormalization, we do it because we have incomplete models.
Yeah, I would say string theory is the same type of thing. Look, there's a lot of dimensions and constants within string theory that can be tampered with, and that we don't understand what exactly the right parametric space is for them to to give rise to the universe we have. So
well, yeah, there's 10 to the 500th possible solutions, and all of the ones that have been looked at, which isn't even a remote fraction of that, half of them are unfalsifiable. None of them match up with our reality. Physicists are not looking at string theory. They don't think string theory is correct. They don't think supersymmetry is correct. Most physicists are pretty conservative, not politically, but physically speaking. They don't care about like these wacko models that people have come up with that don't meaningfully move the field forward. Like this is what Sabina Hassenfelder talks about. Like, why are we dumping money into like idiotic models that nobody has ever found any meaningful confirmation? Like, make something fucking better, and let's look at that. Like, stop trying to rescue your personal pet theory. Like, this isn't how physics works.
Okay, but in the same in the same sense, though, right? You would think like that if people like that if there were a better theory that was so obvious, we would have stumbled.
Holy shit!
I don't think so, though.
But like, if there were such an obvious like thing to explore in terms of like a theory of quantum gravity or something like that, that was ascertainable, physicists would have stumbled across it by now.
I don't necessarily think so. Not if we don't have the mathematical techniques to understand it.
I mean,
I also don't think that quantum gravity is an obvious thing. And quantum gravity, so we often talk about theories of quantum gravity. There isn't like a theory of quantum. That's not actually like what it is in physics. It's some way of taking quantum field theory and describing it general relativistically. We don't know how. We have no idea how, and we're looking for methods that help us to do that. That's what's meant by theory of quantum gravity. Not that there's a thing out there and we just need to discover it. That's not really how physics works. It's not like quantum chromodynamics was floating about out there and we didn't discover it until the 60s. It was that it was a mathematical
chronodynamics or
chromo, C-R-O-M-O. M is in like Mary, chromodynamics.
That chronodynamics sounds like that would be temporal, right? It sounds
Chromo is color.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Color dynamics is oftentimes what it's called. Yeah, because the three charges in the force are distinguished by using colors: red, blue, and green. Or is it red, green, and blue?
The chromo finds its way into sound too, because we call it means colorful because a chromatic scale as opposed to a diatonic scale.
I mean, to the interesting point like that you were making, Leo, I mean, the math that we've been using for like modern physics, like 1920s, 1930s, it existed a long time ago. Like it existed like 1800s.
Well, some of it did, yes.
The notion that like that Einstein was using of like tensors and the whole
that didn't exist until like the early 1900s. That was developed by Ricci.
That was developed
tensor analysis did not exist prior to the 1800s.
Yeah, it was
developed specifically to solve the problems in general relativity. It was developed. I can never remember his first fucking name. Ricci which is who the Ricci curvature tensor is named after. Einstein didn't know this math. Einstein wasn't like super good at math. Yeah, so do I. He better be in the fucking stream pretty goddamn quick, or shit's gonna get real. Anyway, like tensor analysis didn't. Like if you were to go back to 1873, literally nobody would know what tensor analysis or tensor calculus is. It didn't exist. It was literally invented for general relativity.
I mean, Riemannian geometry was a thing like in the late 18th century, early 19th century.
Well, yeah, Riemannian geometry was, but that's not the same thing. That's the language in which we utilize tensor analysis with respect to general relativity. Vector. Well, so it just depends on what you mean, because vector calculus, vectors are tensors, but that's why I use the term tensor analysis rather than tensor calculus, because what that's referring to is generally beyond. It usually does not include vector calculus. That's usually considered different to Gregorio Ricci Curbastro. That was his name. I had to fucking look it up.
Yeah, but my point is like I don't think in terms of like raw mathematics, in terms like mathematical structure and richness, I don't think there's been that much like that had to be developed before like even up to the point of like Einstein and the theory of relativity. I mean, well, I think when you start talking about I think a lot of mathematics was developed for the analysis of like string theory and things like that, like this.
Well, I would say quantum field theory. Like manifolds and topology and all this stuff was first introduced because we needed something to help us understand general relativity, and then was later utilized in quantum field theory because, like, for instance, the concept of gauge invariance first appeared in general relativity, not in quantum field theory. And then that concept was extended into quantum field theory because, well, general relativity is technically, I think, a sort of field theory. And so we extended a lot of these concepts into quantum field theory. There's actually a lot of, like, calculus was straight up invented to help with physics. Like, that's why Newton made it, because humans literally had no way of quantifying change. We could only average it. So a lot of math has been developed for physics. That was not that you're denying that. I just wanted to sort of specify that because I think it's kind of cool.
I don't deny it at all. I mean, I think part of it though is like, I just think part of it is like if you're talking about like mathematical, like the birth of different mathematical fields that have been developed. A lot of it, I mean, with the exception of like say topology, for instance, they've been around for a while. I mean, recent in terms of like mathematical history, but they've been around for a decent amount of time. I mean, I don't think for a long time though, like mathematicians really needed or had a focus of dealing like with higher dimensional spaces, and like the kind of like language string theory is talking about. I mean, granted, things.
According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, Gregorio Ricci created the systematic theory of tensor analysis in 1887 through 1896, with significant extensions later contributed by his pupil Tullio Levi. I'm assuming in Italian that's Civita. I kind of want to say Civita because I want to pronounce it in Latin, but that's probably not how it's pronounced. And then Einstein was like, yeah, I have this idea and I don't know shit about how to mathematically like do this. Can you help me? And that's
Find a mathematician near you.
And that's the thing, like, obviously Albert Einstein was an exceptional individual, but like the idea that he was like some big brain genius who like, I don't like how we sort of deify, if that's the right word, people like that. Like Albert Einstein really wasn't like super exceptional. He was just the first one that got to these ideas. If he didn't develop these, somebody else would have. I don't think anybody can deny that. If Einstein didn't do what he did in roughly the same period of time, somebody else would have.
Yeah, I mean that's my hero right there. Bite your tongue. I mean, I know what you're saying.
I think there were
who's
people,
your hero? I'm sorry. Go
Albert
ahead.
Einstein.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Immutable. Go ahead.
I think there were people like, if you talk about calculus, well, definitely there's, well, with the exception of Leibniz, because there's the whole debate about first Leibniz or Newton. Yeah. But I do think, like, historically, there were some people who were kind of fucking around, like with certain like notions of calculus and ideas of like infinitesimal systems, like before Newton had gotten around
infinitesimal
to
systems, limits. Yeah.
Yeah. There were definitely people before Newton, like before Newton decided to like, formalize it into this thing we call calculus, which is interesting.
I'm sorry, I got to share these two comments. This is just the first one's from Maya and then fucking Bree.
Yeah, that's just funny as fuck.
You know, the funny thing about it though.
Get out here.
The funny thing about it though, Bree, is that quantum field theory can be used to describe forces. So it's just really like
comes full circle,
it's too
baby,
uncanny.
right there.
It's just too uncanny.
I mean, hold on. Is the midichlorians used to, like transfer the force, the quantum force?
Wait, what was that? I'm sorry.
Midichlorians, like the midichlorians from Star. You never watched
Mandalorians?
No, I've literally never watched Star Trek. I actually have not. I've never seen an episode of Star Trek. I've seen like little clips and scenes and
Hello, Mr. Python. How you doing?
What's up?
Howdy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason.
It's about time. Hey, what's up, Bree? How you guys doing? Good to see everybody.
Talking math.
Yeah, Leo, the kind of
stream.
This is not my wheelhouse. I'm just here to say congrats for the most part. And shit.
The surprising thing
It's really
about
not
like
mine either, Diddy. I'm right there with you.
Oh, trust me, I don't understand. I don't understand freaking differential geometry or that crap. Heck
I
no.
don't really understand this stuff either. I have like a really, I could probably say really for the next 15 minutes and it still wouldn't do justice. Really basic understanding of these things.
I mean, I understand like real analysis kind of stuff, like basic real analysis stuff, but like stuff beyond that, yeah, that's a little shaky. It's a little shaky.
So did you just for my own curiosity, Immutable, when you because I would presume reasonably so that you've taken a course in real analysis, did they like they built it up like sequences and series and then like continuity, differentiability into integration, advanced,
We didn't hit integration.
Integrative. What's that?
We did not hit integration.
Okay. What was it, a semester or a year long?
It was a semester.
Okay. Was there like a second one where they did, or was it just did the instructor just not think that was entirely important to the? Because I have heard from that like integration isn't entirely that important to some of the concepts, but I've never taken a course, so I don't.
The reason for it is when you get into integration and the theory of integration, it's a whole different monster because what you have to talk about. Because what you have to talk about first is you have to talk about measure theory. And you have to talk about, like, look, here's this thing called the Lebesgue measure. Every now and then, if you're not careful, it becomes infinite. Okay, well now there's other things like the Dirichlet measure and the Darboux measure and all this other stuff. And, there's, the Riemannian metric for computing integrals. And they're all very technical things. And if you start like with definitions of like, lower sums and upper sums and stuff like that, you can prove rigorously that, certain properties of the integral are what they are. And turns out integration, like the formal theory of integration, is a nightmare to deal with. It's in fact usually reserved for like graduate level topics, because when you get taught Calc 2 and then you get taught like, oh, by the way, this stuff in terms of like practical measure isn't entirely useful because the majority of functions can't be integrated.
By the way.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, by the way,
you guys should probably know.
Yeah, by the way, most of these functions, the way you compose them probably won't be integratable ever. Yeah, if you actually want to compute some of the values for these functions and their integrals, yeah, you need to do more. You need to do a lot more, actually, because math is tricky, and mathematicians have way too much time on their hands inventing things that sometimes are barely computable. So yeah.
This is how you know mathematicians don't have sex. Like, come on now. Babe, are you... Nah, look, I've been trying to solve this for 3 fucking months, all right? I'm getting close. Just give me a second, all right? That's mathematicians.
I mean, you gotta respect them, but I mean,
yeah,
whoever came up with this had to be like wanting to prove something to somebody.
It's like a gamer who refuses to log off until he defeats the boss that he can't defeat.
I mean, that's like Andrew Wild in a nutshell, like with the whole what was it now? Fermat's last theorem.
Oh God, shit. But yeah, I've heard that like integration is it's separate enough from like differentiation, continuity, you can all that stuff that it is kind of like you said, it's its own beast, and we have to tame it with different rules.
It requires a bit more sophistication in terms of like understanding things than just like, oh, by the way, here's a field, here's this thing called the least upper bound. Now we can do things with limits and epsilon delta definition of like the epsilon delta, the crap out of things. Yeah.
Oh God. Well, if you're a physicist, yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, it's you don't realize why epsilon delta is useful until you start asking questions about what exactly continuity means.
Mm-hmm.
To answer Icarus's question, is there such a thing as unreal analysis?
Yes,
no,
complex
but
analysis.
Well,
which is funny because all the real numbers are technically complex numbers because the real numbers, I believe, is a proper subset of the complex numbers.
Yeah. Complex numbers are essentially R2, except for a new number I. But there is actually not something called unreal analysis, but something called non-standard analysis, which you might have heard of things called infinity. Well, infinity is kind of a nightmare to deal with, but you can kind of make it mathematical.
Is it really? Who'da thunk?
You can define things that behave mathematically kind of similar to infinity. So you can like define a number so that it's bigger than every other it's bigger than every other number, and you can do like standard algebra with it. Like the number is defined, the number plus 1 is defined, the number plus 2 is defined, 1 over the number is defined, things like that. So yeah, there's definitely people who didn't think that normal mathematical analysis was fun enough and decided to create their own fields of analysis. Oh, complex analysis is a whole different issue.
So is functional analysis. Wow, holy fucking shit. What?
Hey, I'm the one.
Oh, vicious.
I'm just going to put this out there. If you ever wanted to have fun and question why exactly you wanted to take a course, take linear algebra 2. Just take like proof-based linear algebra and have.
Did you do a lot of multi-linear algebra in that course, or not so much the multi part?
I'm taking it next semester.
Okay. So you got to get prepared.
It'll be a wild ride. So yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I think linear algebra is probably one of my favorite areas of math. Man, I don't know why. Like I'm not gonna lie, I think I like calculus as well, as long as it's not integration. I don't like integration. I really don't know that much about it. I don't. It's not fun.
I will say it's fun, but it's like the more you.
What do you mean by fun, though? You know, it's like fun the same way that a UFC fighter going into the ring, the octagon, and getting his ass kicked is fun. Maybe, you know.
I mean,
you're sitting there trying to solve something, and you're like, "Whoo, integration got hands, man."
There's times where it feels that way, where you're just staring at the integral for a while, and you're thinking to yourself, "Okay,
what did I do?
They're giving me this question. This thing probably converges. I don't know if it converges. It should converge. Hopefully, it converges. How do I get this thing to converge?" And sometimes with mathematics, you cheat a little bit. Sometimes you just say, you know what? I'm going to use techniques that assume it converges. And if it converges, then I'll figure out how it converged later on.
Now, what I want to say, Immutable, is these courses, did they mention Gödel's incompleteness theorems?
Oh, boy. God. Yeah, that's probably something we would deal with, like in mathematical logic.
I literally just typed that. Did you?
Yeah, I did. You typed that. I was like, I gotta bring it up. I gotta bring it up.
I think if you do like courses related to like programming for mathematicians,
yeah,
it might come up. But
mathematics for computer science and stuff like that.
Speaking of that, Immutable, did you get the issue fixed?
You're gonna have to DM me about that. I don't know what you're talking about in this case.
The programming issue?
Oh yeah. I got it figured out.
No, Andrew, I can't. I know what Noether's theorem is. I didn't know it had anything to do with the expansion of the universe. I didn't know that there was a symmetry associated with that. I could be wrong. I'm not a cosmologist professionally, so there's more I don't know than there is that I do. So,
I mean, I don't know. Like, I know, like with a nonlinear analysis, there's probably a heck of a lot of like optimization that's being done, and Jason probably knows more about that than I, since he deals like with climate models and dealing with systems like that.
With Noether's theorem?
No, with oh god. Nonlinear dynamics.
Oh yeah, I mean, we oftentimes have to deal with that with atmospheric conditions, particularly with the like nonlinear gradients between things like temperature or pressure gradients that are nonlinear. So, but yeah, but half the shit, man. I mean, I have taught like multiple calculus classes, and going through like all the different integrals and like Riemann's integral and like all the different facets of it is a pain in the ass. It is. No, it is. It is to teach it too. I mean,
what do you guys know about Green's functions?
Oh God, what?
No, I'm genuinely, because are those like unwieldy, or are they not as bad as some other? Which I'm sure there are probably things.
They
worse,
are.
but...
Okay, it's I can't explain what a Green's function is, because even though I've seen it, I can't explain it.
I know it has something to do with like something with point sources and like stuff like that, and ignoring certain things, disturbances that aren't from the point source. I couldn't give it.
Essentially, like, if you've ever heard of the Dirac delta function, which I'll put in air quotes,
a physicist's favorite friend. Actually, no, that's probably Green's functions.
Well, a Green's function is kind of like the grown-up version of that. It's kind of like if you had a family of them,
just
put them all
together,
boy.
Said the Dirac delta function.
Yeah, it's just the Dirac delta function is a funny thing. It's beautiful, and physicists love it because it simplifies a lot of problems when you decide to use it.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if I could give a good. I kind of have a somewhat conceptual understanding of what the Dirac delta function is, but I don't know if I could get. I hate that when like you kind of have a conceptual understanding, like you've got the concept in your head, even if it's not like the most accurate way that it could be understood. But it's, you understand it, but you don't know how to make it come out
trust me,
here in a way
I
that
know.
people are
I
gonna,
know.
follow. I
I
don't even know where to start with explaining what a Dirac delta function is, but I've got sort of a concept of it.
I can tell you what it is. So the Dirac delta function has exactly 3 properties. The first of which is that it is 0 everywhere except for at one point.
Except at
and
0.
At that, except at 0, at which point it becomes infinite.
Yeah.
Or as large as you wish. The second property
Arbitrarily large, yeah.
Arbitrarily large. The second property it has is that the integral over all space for the Dirac delta function is 1.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if you need a third property of it.
You remember that third property I mentioned? Actually, you guys forget about that. We don't need that. We don't need that one.
I don't think you need it because well, you kind of do. Is that the derivative of the step function is the Dirac delta function, which is kind of just like more of a.
I don't know what a step function is, but I have definitely heard that before.
So a step function is just a function where it becomes 0 where it's 0 everywhere, but it jumps up to 1 at a certain, like after a certain interval.
Okay. All right.
And it's an instantaneous transition. Like there is no like fluff for it. It immediately transitions.
Oh, okay, and that makes sense that the derivative would be the delta. Yeah. Okay. That makes. By the way,
that's
just because people talk about taking a derivative of a function, and most people, I'm not necessarily ascribing it to anybody in here. I don't really think it would be true for anybody in here, but I could be wrong. I don't fucking know. Because like for me, differential calculus, I actually think is pretty interesting. Integral calculus can kind of fall off a cliff. Anyway.
Oh boy, that's man. You're gonna.
But see, the thing is, with an integral, it couldn't ever fall off the cliff because it would just integrate the gap between the two sides and make it across. Anyway, the way that I like to talk about a derivative, I like to put it in a way that's going to make sense to like somebody who doesn't know anything about calculus. And oftentimes, when people say, "So what really is it like a derivative?" I say, "Look, I'm just going to assume you know nothing about calculus. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just going to start from that assumption." Technically, what you will hear in a calculus course is the derivative of a function f of x is the rate of change of the function given by the slope of the line tangent to any infinitesimal point along a continuously evolving function. Now, the average person is going to hear that and go, "What?
I don't understand it.
The fuck does that even mean?"
Yeah,
now, what I would say is the derivative of a function is a measure of the sensitivity of the output value of the function to some arbitrarily defined change in the input value. That is to say, we've got a function. Everybody knows what a function is. You put a number into it, it spits a number back out. Great. But the number that I'm putting into it, what if I like increased it a little bit? What if I made it a little bit larger? What happens to the output value? What if I made it a little less? What happens to the output value? What if I just took it and at some arbitrarily defined rate continuously increased the value of the input, the increase to the input value? What would the output value do? If you wanted to know the answer to that question, you would take the derivative of the function, which would give you how sensitive the output value of the function is to some arbitrarily defined change, generally continuous change in the input value of the function. It's a way of saying we've got input values, we've got output values. They're going to relate to each other. When they change, what is that relation? When the input value goes up, does the output value go up? By how much with respect to the increase in the input value? Does it go down? By how much with respect to the input value? That's what a derivative tells you.
Yeah, it's the thing is too, like the other weird thing about integration, for instance, is that differentiation tells you exactly what you need to differentiation is very stepwise. But with integration, there's also this famous issue of like, look, what's the derivative of x squared? 2x. What's the integral of 2x? X squared plus a constant.
X squared plus c, or is it k? I think it's c, isn't it?
C, typically.
Okay. Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like with integration in general, like unless you have definite bounds for integration, the problem is underspecified, right? There is no one function, like definitive function, that is the answer for it, right? It could be x squared plus 1, it could be x squared plus 2, whatever you want to add on to the end of it, as long as that thing is a constant, right? And it'll give you the same exact result. And that's kind of like one of the interesting like disconnections between integration and differentiation. Is integration, you know, you give me a function, I will give you an infinite family of solutions for this thing. But differentiation, you give me a function, I'll give you its derivative.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a, you know,
how it's
something
changing,
where like,
in other words.
Right. And there's things where like in say like differential equations, you manipulate certain things because you can relate how things change to the thing itself. But sometimes it's like, okay, I want the function itself. But for me to get the function itself, I need to find a way to get rid of this constant. Or I need to find a way to get rid of like some of these other terms that are kind of just like mucking things up. Because if I had, you know, if I take the general solution to this differential equation, you know, there's an infinite family of constants that would satisfy it. But I don't need it. I just want one of them. Well, if you just want one, you need to give me more information about the thing you're dealing with. I do want to study I do want to study nonlinear dynamics at some point in time. It's a fascinating field.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I think there's Steven Strogatz.
Oh yeah.
Did he have a book, Nonlinear?
He does, I believe.
Yeah, yes, Nonlinear Dynamics. I want this book so fucking bad, dude. Nonlinear Dynamics and Chaos with Applications to Physics, Biology, Chemistry, and Engineering by Steven Strogatz, who is such a phenomenal mathematician. Oh my god. Oh, I want this book so fucking bad. I'm sorry, I'm nerding out over a book.
There's some interesting stuff like that happens with nonlinear dynamics too, because you get interesting things like where, you know, some points are stable, some points are semi-stable, some points act as kind of like basins of attraction, other points are not so well defined. And Jason, if you wanted to probably talk about this ad nauseum, some of like the weird things that
I was actually just about to ask Jason if there's anything he wants to say, either on or off topic. Off the topic, I don't really care because he's been kind of quiet and he's been the newest person to come in.
I don't really have anything to say. I mean, I hate talking about abstract math.
What did it do to you?
I like.
Let's talk about the earth sciences, Jason. Come on.
I like integrating it with no pun intended. With with more applied techniques in natural sciences, but
I would very much so agree with you. To me,
it's
like
easier to explain.
Yeah, I've told this like to a few math people like who are teaching me kind of like the, you know, here's what you want to know if you want to be a mathematician type of thing. And it's like, look, I could learn this, I could write you proofs on this, but like what does it matter if I understand like some of these concepts? Like where does the rubber hit the road? And if they explain that to me, I'm more willing to learn it.
Well, I'm happy.
But I mean,
I'm happy that other people are studying it. It's not. It means I don't have to.
Well, but part of it though too is like
mathematicians think the same things about you and spiders, Bree.
Yeah.
But part of it too, like, is what's so useful about mathematics is, I agree with you perfectly well, Jason. Like that, you know, it gets so abstract, you just kind of like want to blow your brains out because you don't see how anything is connecting, and you're just like, I just don't want to look at this. But in the same sense, I kind of feel like the abstract this process of abstracting away some of like these hyper-specific details like that we get in science is what makes the math useful.
Sure.
Is because when you have these rules that tell you how to, that tell you how to integrate something, or that tell you how to play with a certain mathematical object, you can create new law, like scientific laws that are logically consistent with that mathematical framework, right? So the mathematical system doesn't have to succumb to, these hyper-specific terms. It exists in its own little universe independent of them.
I agree. I mean, this is why mathematicians who have the ability... No. I mean, but they have the ability to do what Immutable is saying, which is to essentially abstract out these concepts and then expand into like novel mathematical concepts that explain the kind of theoretical relationships, like with complex imaginary numbers or manifolds, or differing like manifolds are very, you guys were talking about integration and differential calculus. Like manifolds are hugely used in all kinds of fluid dynamics and airflow analysis and all the kind of these complex understandings that relate to like lots of different types of sciences. So a mathematician that has the ability to do that, and they have the ability to see the connection from an applied sense and utilize that math in an applied sense, becomes super valuable, because then what happens is they run into scientific questions that are having difficulty explaining, and they can go, aha, I understand this like complex like number theory or some other facet of math that is very nuanced and difficult to understand, but they're like, but I can see if I made these modifications in this certain type of proof, it will now apply to this unexplained scientific hypothesis, and I can actually explain what's going on. That's how novel science actually, gets
quantum mechanics
forward.
with
exactly.
the concept of vectors and Jesus, of course I'm drawing a blank on the fucking word.
It's very hard to
Observables.
do.
There we go. Yeah.
Some people it comes natural to, and some people work their whole lives to try to get to that point. And it amazes me that there are some people that they're like 25 and they have like a grasp of some of this stuff that I'm like, wow, I just can't grasp it.
Have you heard the story of Terence Tao?
Yeah, he's like the smartest guy in the world, man.
He's like 7 years old, and a PhD mathematician went to his house when he grew up in Australia, wherever it was, and asked him a question about groups and about some like property that's
some basic
that's held by groups, and the mathematician asked him, so is this true? And he said, it is, but not for a billion groups. Like, and he said, whoa, how the fuck does hold on here.
How does a 7-year-old know that?
No, like, that it was insane. Now, I do think that there is a sense in which people just have a knack for, I would argue it's a greater skill with respect to pattern recognition. The ability to just look at numbers and be like, oh, okay, so I can see how this relates to this way, and this relates to this way, and if I manipulate it that way, I can just get the answer, and if I use a calculator, boom, it's correct. Like, but I do think that I really think that most people can understand mathematics reasonably well. It's one of those things where it's like a difficult video game. You can't log on, start playing, and expect to like beat all the bosses and know where all the items are in the quests that you have to, recover and all that. You've got to play it. You've got to learn the dynamics of the game. There's a learning curve to it. You've got to practice it. You cannot. You want to get good at football? You got to practice football. You got to practice your plays. You got to know what to do on what plays and when and how. It's the same with math. You've got to practice it. You cannot.
But wait a second. But there are some people that like what you're talking about of like understanding like n-dimensional space and being able to connect that with like what I was mentioning, like imaginary numbers, like being able to like understand like how complex numbers and complex surfaces work. Some people like Terrence Tao, who's like 7 years old, has somehow able to just see that and put it together. And he doesn't even know that it's called iota or whatever, but he just understands how that works. And he can see kind of that structure in his mind. That's just fucking that's an example of high IQ, because it's like, I mean, it's like it just has the ability to, like what you're saying, Leo, see certain patterns and understand how things fit together. He doesn't even know the terminology, but he just knows that it works, and that shit blows my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think part of that, like, there's 2 points to make, really. Part of it too is, like, even for somebody like me, it's not easy dealing like with the mathematics, because this realm of like mathematics is a very pure and a very strict type of thing. Like, you're dealing with as close to like practical logic as you're going to get.
It's very axiomatic.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can assume whatever you want to, but you better, if you come up with a theorem, be able to prove it with those axioms. Like, you need to be able to do that, and that's the skill that mathematicians develop that's transferable and that's useful, and, you know, we all sing Kumbaya over. But the other thing, too, is, like, you know, people think mathematicians are crazy, and they kind of are. But, you know, we think mathematicians are crazy for some of the things they develop. Well, to the thing like Leo was talking about earlier, right? You know, how do you describe this notion of a derivative, this idea of like rate of change, something that was developed like during physics? Well, the basic idea is like, okay, you give me a straight line, you give me a function that's smooth, you know, and I will draw a point that's tangent to every, you know, I'll give you a point that's a line that's tangent to every point on the function, and the slope of that line represents, you know, the derivative at that point. You take those,
how extremely it's changing.
Yeah, you take the rate of change at that point, plot it again, you get the derivative. Okay, well, that's a very good idea. Unfortunately, if you study like some of the more like historical aspects of like mathematics, a guy named Weierstrass comes along, you know, a few years later, and describes this type of function that has this property where it's continuous everywhere, right? So every value you give me, I can give you an output. It's continuous. And you can check that as rigorously as you want to. But it is differentiable nowhere. So this function is continuous, but it's smooth, but it's not smooth at all.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, actually, because I've been doing like some differential calculus and stuff on Khan Academy, and it's always talked about, well, differentiability implies continuity. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, I almost guarantee you that's false in like higher areas of math. I almost guarantee you that there are exceptions to that. Because it seems like, oh, there's this strict mathematical rule. I learned about it when I was in 8th grade. And then you get to college and it's like, yeah, that thing you learned about, you can just kind of ignore that. It's weird.
That statement is true. That if a function is differentiable, it is continuous.
So there is no way. I have a question, a legitimate question. Can I differentiate a function, a non-continuous function, in the places where it is continuous? So the interval over which there is continuity, can I differentiate within that interval?
Yeah.
I really don't know the answer. I genuinely
don't. Yeah, I would say think about the function 1 over x, right? Well, the function 1 over x, it's continuous. It's continuous at everywhere except for one point. It's not continuous at the point 0, but the derivative for the function is defined everywhere, you know, in every neighborhood of the function, as long as that neighborhood doesn't contain 0. So yeah, the derivative is perfectly well defined, as long as you don't touch 0 on the function. But so yeah, like if a function is differentiable, it is necessarily continuous. But the converse is not
the case.
Yeah.
If a function just because a function is continuous does not necessarily mean it's differentiable.
So can I ask a question? And again, like these are legitimate questions, aren't tricky. Like I'm genuinely curious. Is what would be the difference between a function's being continuous and a function's being differentiable? I mean, obviously there's a relation, but it doesn't seem that that's like an identical relation. Like obviously continuity and differentiability are not the same thing. Where is the asymmetry such that differentiability implies continuity, but not the other way around?
So the basic idea is there's a further term that you can use to kind of characterize this. So the basic idea is when you think about continuity, right? You think about things that are smoothly connected to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But what it means for something to be continuous just means that if I give you some specified point, right, that I can go from one to the other.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not telling you how I go from one to the other. Is kind of the trick there.
So is that what differentiability is how you go from one to the other, whereas continuity is that you can go from one to, am I getting that right, or is that not correct?
So what separates it, and this is a term you can look up, what is it called? Let me make sure I got the right term before I name it.
Shit, take your time. You got to pull a textbook out. I ain't gonna give you shit over it.
I mean, I've always heard that like differentiability just implies continuity.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's what I hear is that if you can differentiate at any place where you can differentiate a function, the function is continuous, just analytically.
Yeah. So there's something which is called uniform continuity. Which essentially is a stronger condition, and it means that if I give you a point, that every neighborhood containing that essentially, like going like with the epsilon delta definition, that it's not just true for one point, right? But it's true for every point.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever region you select, and that ensures, if I'm recalling right, that ensures that you can take derivatives.
Okay.
But essentially the idea, like with continuity, is the basic thing with continuity is the fact that you can have things that are continuous. You can have something that goes from one to the other, but I don't have to tell you how that's the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
The function can go from one place to another in a completely sporadic way. And it doesn't have to be continuous at every point, between them, right? It just means that it has to be continuous at that point and the other point, right? So that's kind of the hinging point. But that's the thing. Like, this is why mathematicians are useful, because somebody developed that literally as a counterexample, just to show a counterexample of the theory, and to say, oh, by the way, this idea, like that continuity implies differentiability, no, that's not the case. It needs to be stronger.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that I really liked about Sal Khan, who runs Khan Academy, is he actually said that. He said, now we've spent the last couple of videos talking about how, if you can differentiate a function, then it's sort of like analytically continuous. But what I want you guys to understand is that this does not work the other way around. Just because a function is continuous does not mean that you will be able to differentiate that function. But if you can differentiate a function, then that does in fact mean that it is continuous, which I really liked, because I like his style, number one. He actually does do some, he does videos, and he'll even say, like, don't have to watch these are just more for people interested in it, but he'll do videos actually like going through the proofs of some of this stuff, like why it is this way, why these relations hold, in virtue of what do they hold, stuff like that, which I think is really fucking cool.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think it's useful because there's some things where you need to be kind of shown how a method of proof is used, and kind of like the most common like instance is, for instance, proof by contradiction, where, for instance, you can show that the square root of 2 is irrational by assuming first that, it is rational, and dragging out the definition and showing that there's an issue if you assume that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's been. I mean, I remember doing this. This has been proven that differentiability implies continuity, but continuity does not imply differentiability, and that you can draw up the functions to see that there's no derivative derived from. You can have continuity where you cannot get a derivative based on the structure of the function. So, and I mean, there's a specific example. I can't remember what it is, but
wouldn't an asymptote be one? Like, aren't asymptotic functions continuous?
No,
you can't differentiate.
Jason, what you're thinking of is called a Weierstrass function.
Oh, maybe that is.
And essentially, what it is it's a function that essentially is, if you're familiar with what a sawtooth wave is.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
It's basically like that everywhere on the function.
Wait, I have two questions, if I may.
Yeah.
And I'm asking these for my own understanding. Are asymptotes continuous?
Asymptote.
I would say
a function
are kind of like
asymptotes to infinity, like an asymptote. Those are continuous, aren't they?
Yes.
But they're not differentiable. I don't think you can differentiate an asymptote, can you? It's non-differentiable.
So you kind of have to be
what
careful.
I'm asking is an asymptote an example of a function that is continuous but non-differentiable?
I don't think so. I think
that could be true. I don't
know. What do you think, Immutable? I think you can.
You have to be a little cautious with how you use the term, because what an asymptote usually refers to is it refers to a point where a function is no longer defined on its domain, right? So in the case of like 1 over x, right? It's defined like for 0 exclusive, but everywhere else. And the reason for that is, number one, division by 0 is just a bad idea. But if you approach 0, approaching it from like the positive side of the real number line, and go to the left, right? You're always positive and you approach this, thing of like 1 over 0. But if you approach it from the negative axis, then the numbers are always negative, right? But if the number were to exist, right, it can't be both positive and negative at the same time. And that's the issue, right? That's why it can't be defined at
I just looked
1 over 0 can't exist.
I just looked it up. Yeah, like horizontal asymptotes are differentiable, but vertical asymptotes, if you, at the point of vertical, they are not differentiable.
Yeah. So, and the idea
at
too
the tangent of that point.
Yeah.
So.
And the idea too is like, I guess you could argue too, it depends on whether or not the singularity of the function is removable or not. So like if you deal with a rational function where, where it does have a pole at like x minus 2 or something like that, but you can factor the numerator as x minus 2 somehow, then then it's not a true like asymptote of the function.
I have another question, something that like I've actually wanted to ask people that know way more about math than I do. I don't want to. So when we say that like 7 divided by 0 equals 0, to me that's non-intuitive, because when I think of 7 divided by 0 or 7, not divided by, multiplied by 7 times 0 equals 0. But that's weird to me. It's not intuitive, because it seems to me that what's saying is if I already have 7 and then I multiply it by nothing at all, I end up with nothing at all. But that doesn't seem right. If you have 7 already and you don't multiply it by anything, then you just still have 7. So the question is, when we say multiplication by 0, is that like saying not multiplying by anything? Or is it saying we are multiplying by some quantity that just returns, gives us outputs that just don't make sense? How would a mathematician look at that?
That's actually a fascinating question. I mean,
that's a little complicated.
Zero. People study zero for years. I mean,
yeah,
the concept of zero is a very complicated topic, and like that seems like a very simplistic question. You could provide a simplistic answer, but I think that like a mathematician could give you a lecture on why. Why it's zero.
Mm-hmm. And I know there's a reason. I just intuitively I'm not catching it. It's slipping. I'm not catching that reason.
Yeah, what I could tell you is this much. When you say the note, like the idea of zero, it's definitely a thing like that we recognize. But it's not a thing that, like, if you use the word additive inverse, people are much happier with it, because what zero is an additive inverse. It is the additive inverse, right? For natural numbers, for rational numbers, for the real numbers, etc. And technically speaking, like when you go into and you define like a mathematical, like the notion of an algebraic field, right? There's an assumption where you say that the multiplicative inverse and the additive inverse are not equal to each other.
Go ahead. There's like a really basic answer and then the very complicated answers.
Yeah, there isn't really a simple way to answer that question other than just to say that the math is what the math is, right?
Yeah.
And it's a purely logical consequence of the systems that you use to construct a field.
I feel
in any field, 0 times any given element is 0.
I feel like thinking about it. So like in transfinite arithmetic, infinity is actually a number, and there are different numbers. So you've got aleph 1, aleph naught, aleph 1, aleph 2, aleph 3. So if I take any two alephs and I add them together, I'm just left with whatever the highest aleph was. So if I take aleph 6 and I add it to aleph 12, it's just aleph 12. So what I was thinking is, could it be something similar with 0, where 0 is just when you multiply by 0, the operation is such that regardless of the initial number, you just always get 0. The 0 just sort of subsumes the result of that operation in a way that would be similar to when you add alephs together. The larger one just merely subsumes the smaller one. You just end up with the larger one. I wonder what you guys would think about that.
I would caution away from that, and the only reason for that is with transfinite arithmetic, the reason you can say something like aleph 1 plus aleph naught is equal to aleph 1, right, is because aleph 1 is bigger. Mm-hmm. Well, what the hell does that mean, though, right? Well, what that means is that the cardinality, that is to say, how many elements are contained within each of aleph 1 and aleph naught, are the same, actually. But the ordering of aleph naught and aleph 1 are different, right? Aleph 1 contains an ordering of 1 more than aleph 0, right? Mm-hmm. And this is why we can say, right, that since aleph 1 has an order of 1 more than aleph 0, aleph 1 is bigger, because the incrementation in the ordering of this set is larger than its predecessor.
That really makes a lot of sense.
But that's a fundamentally different thing than what we're talking about when we're talking about
multiplication by 0.
About multiplication by 0.
Yeah, like cardinality, I don't think play really would matter. Maybe it does, but I would imagine it doesn't.
No, because cardinality is just referring to how many things are in your set.
Yep.
Right. And with 0, it's a singleton, right? There's, unless you're dealing with some kind of like semi-group or bi-group or some stuff like that, it's, it has order 1. So
you could go through
caution against that.
Yeah, I mean, you could go through a bunch of like distributive properties to show why it's 0. Like you could, I mean. And then the other thing is like the most basic thing, like if like multiplication is just addition.
Okay, no.
So go ahead.
Finish. No. Finish. I'll just highlight the comment. You finish.
Because
this makes sense to me. The monkey for banana. I get that. That that makes sense to me. That really helps put it into perspective. But I'm really sorry, Jason.
No, it's the same. What monkey for banana is saying is exactly the same thing I'm saying, which is that you're essentially can construct it to say like pick a 7 times 4 is 7 4s added together. So you could be like 7 times 0 is 7 zeros added together,
or 0 7s added together. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know it sounds stupid and so infantile, basic, but but
it makes sense.
But the other thing you can do is that you can, again, I was saying, you can construct all these notation distributive equations to show that when you have equal or distributive properties between the differing mechanisms, you can fill in the zeros and the numbers, and they all result in 0. Now that's the like super basic answer.
Would
but
it
I think. Go ahead.
Would it be sort of like when you try to perform the deduction from the axioms, there isn't any result you're going to get that just doesn't equal 0. When you multiply any, I don't know if it's right to say specifically real number, but I'm just going to because I don't know enough about math to know exactly how. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
In any arbitrary given field, right? The 0 element times any element is always the 0. It always returns the 0 element. That's true regardless of what number system you want to adopt. It's true no matter what field and what system of numbers you want to work with.
Yeah.
And essentially it's a tautology. It's something that you have to kind of drag out.
Analytically true.
Yeah, it's something that cannot be otherwise,
given
the way fields are defined.
Yep.
So yeah,
because I know like addition and multiplication are like when you actually get into what these operations are and all that stuff, you're getting into some abstract algebra and stuff like that at like towards the end of that chain that you're really getting it. You get into some deep stuff.
The only thing, and Jason knows this as well as I do, is that technically you can use multiplication to kind of refer to it that way, of like, oh, what's 2 times 4? Well, I'm adding 2 4 times. Mathematically, though, for multiplication to be properly defined, that doesn't work. And the reason is, typically when you consider like groups, and groups are binary operations, meaning they act on only 2 elements at a time. 2 plus 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 2, right? It's no longer a binary operation.
Sure.
You're operating on 4 elements at a time, right? And a binary operation can only deal with 2 elements at a time. So, yes, you can define operations that are n-ary, right? That act on n elements at a time. But in the most in the most simple constructions for like groups and structures that are slightly more complex, you're dealing usually with binary operations. So it's fine, but I mean, it's just one of those things where like you also run into questions where if you consider like say the group of symmetries of a cube, right? And you say like, okay, what happens when I multiply this element by this element? Oh, well, what do you mean I'm rotation by 90 degrees? What am I doing this 90 times? What exactly does that mean, right?
Yeah.
The analogy becomes a little bit more sloppy when you deal with structures that aren't as nice as the real numbers or or integers or things like that.
Yep.
I mean, you're absolutely right with like imaginary numbers, complex numbers, that's the case. And that's always a hard thing for people to understand. But I do think that when you start to get into rotation, it's a good way of explaining it. And lots of times students have an easier time understanding how you can have I wouldn't say weird, but you can have like different results, obviously, from real numbers than when we do equations with complex numbers. So
yeah, I mean, this is, in my opinion, this is why when you deal with like abstract algebraic structures, groups are the first thing you introduce. Why? You're dealing with one operation at a time. You're dealing with two elements at a time. Shouldn't be that bad.
Yeah.
Second reason.
Yeah.
Second reason, though, is it does something very useful, and that is when you start talking about like groups and elements of groups that pertain to, say, like symmetries of a cube or something like that. You get very clear examples of non-commutativity within a group. Of instances where you take A times B, it's not equal to B times A.
Non-abelian groups? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, groups that are non-abelian. And boy, that gets fun.
What the hell was Abel's last or first name? I think
it was like George.
Something like that. Yeah.
Where is Terrence Tao right now?
Princeton University.
Princeton. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I saw something
a little bit.
I saw something about him.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
They say he has an IQ of 230.
Really?
Fuck.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
that's crazy.
That's pretty fucking good. That's
Oh my god! Can you imagine if you have an IQ of 230, you literally like it's hard for you to even talk to people, but you're just so far ahead of them. You're like they just can't understand what I'm thinking. Like that's just crazy. I mean,
but even then, you consider questions like that are as simple as the Collatz conjecture, and God, is that a nightmare to deal with?
But he's probably one of the few people that can get their mind around that.
Oh, the Collatz conjecture is simple to understand.
Hasn't been proven. I take it. It's a conjecture.
Let me pull up what it is because want to make sure I get it right. It's actually like one of the most simple problems to state in mathematics.
What's it called again? I don't even know.
The Collatz conjecture. COLL.
I've heard of it. I have no clue what it is, though.
So basically, what it says is that take any number you wish. If the number is odd, multiply it by 3 and then add 1 to it. And if the number is even, divide it by 2. The claim of the Collatz conjecture is this. Given any number you take that is an integer, after any given number of steps, it will go to 1. Right? So iterate it no matter how many times you want to, it will eventually find its way to 1, is the claim. And this is a problem that's been like outstanding in mathematics for like a few hundred years. Oh, be careful with that. Wildberger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be careful with that. Norman Wildberger is kind of a wild ball in the mathematical community. He rejects real numbers. He doesn't think they're logically that you can logically get to them. Something to do with infinite sets or some such silliness. It's a little bit weird. He has some very interesting non-traditional views on math. But
what I wanted to ask Janosh here, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, is this the one that's got 259 videos in the lecture series on YouTube?
Yeah, I think
I'm going to be honest. I am probably not going to watch almost 300.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this much: the guy is clever. I think part of it is like he's very much from this era of mathematics that was dealing with like the logical crisis of mathematics.
Oh, the whole
where like foundational
positivist
issues
stuff back in the early 19th or 20th century, stuff like that.
If I recall right, Wildberger is very much so kind of still part of that camp, and embracing this kind of like transfinitist attitude regarding the real numbers. He doesn't think you can get to it. So you can do that if you want to. It's definitely interesting to see mathematicians like him engage other mathematicians that know far more than I do, and he knows far more than I do, definitely. And have him talk about these topics. But understand that as far as like consensus goes, this is one of the off occasions regarding like Wild Burger.
Huh. I was just reading about what Terence Tao did with this Collatz conjecture. I didn't know that he did something in 2019, like he used some logarithmic density to show that below any given function of the starting point that it diverges to infinity no matter how slowly. So whatever they say, Tao came away with one of the most significant results of the Collatz conjecture in decades.
If I could just sit down and talk with him for just half an hour.
I couldn't it wouldn't be useful.
Well, I do think that if one were if I just had Terence Tao on my channel, let's talk some mathematics, maybe some philosophy of math stuff, I think that he would be capable of sort of bringing things down. Maybe not to the level that some high schooler could understand it, but the level that us people who are reasonably educated in a variety of areas of advanced mathematics would be capable of understanding. I don't think he would be so far over people's heads that literally nobody but a PhD in mathematics. I mean, when he's talking to them, and you were listening, you probably would understand only the words what is this, that, but you wouldn't understand anything else. But
I would just feel like any questions I would ask him would be
just too stupid.
Yeah, or just the questions that he would be like, look, man, any regular go take a class, you would learn that answer to that question. If you were to ask him a question, he'd be like, wow, that's a really deep question, blah, blah. I mean, I don't know, man. That's
I think that no, I'm sorry, go ahead, Immutable, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think a lot of times that's a very common misconception about mathematicians. Definitely, there are mathematicians there are mathematicians that are like that. There definitely are mathematicians that are like that are definitely up their own butt and very much so.
I know math. No, I'm not saying he would. I'm not saying he would say that. I'm saying that he would think that would be what he would be thinking.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know enough about the guy to comment.
I think a lot of mathematicians, by and large, they are interested. They're interested in much as mathematical outreach as they are their own math, and part of that is because they want to be of service, to better understanding the world and the mathematics that goes along with that. But they also want to, kind of get attention from people in communities that might be able to use their math, because they want to be known across different types of communities. So I don't really think a lot of them are hypercritical of their audiences. I mean, I think in some sense it's kind of there might be this sensation of oh God, now I have to explain this theorem again to this person. But I don't think there's any kind of animosity or dread that they feel in regards to having to explain certain concepts to.
Can I be honest with you guys?
No.
I think that if a mathematician was asked to explain a theorem they've explained 100 times over, I think they'd be just as excited to explain it again. Why would you be a mathematician and not be excited to explain mathematical concepts to people who don't understand? Like me, somebody might come to me and say, what is quantum entanglement? I don't understand what that is. I don't go, oh shit, I gotta explain this to some dumbass who doesn't want to read books. It's this is so cool. You're gonna love this. So what? I obviously that's not everybody. That's obviously I would say, and I can't speak to specifically Terence. I don't know the guy. Never met him. Don't know anything. I've never even watched any lectures by him. I just have heard stories about him and stuff like that, and have watched some documentaries on who he is, but I don't. In my experience, people with a passion for a subject are generally excited to explain things about it, even some more basic things. Like, I can't say as a physicist because I'm not a physicist, but
as an amateur physicist,
I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't consider. Well, if by amateur all we mean is non-professional, then yes, as an amateur physicist, I get excited when people ask me questions about quantum mechanics or cosmology that I've made whole ass videos on, because I like it. I like talking about it. I want people to know these things and understand them. And I feel that even as a complete and utter non-professional, there are some ideas that I think I can explain quite well for somebody who doesn't have a degree in these things. But that's in virtue of hearing it. Jesus Christ. Hearing it from other people like Sean Carroll and Leonard Susskind, what have you, that are professionals. I don't think if I brought Sean Carroll on my channel and I said, Sean, would you be interested in sort of breaking open the notion of quantum entanglement, what it really is without all the bullshit that you get from the pop sci stuff? I think he'd go, oh, absolutely. I think he'd be excited to do that. Because he wants. Now, again, I can't speak to specifically Terrence Tao or like anyone specifically, nor do I think this is true for all of the people in any field. But I think that a lot of those people admire, because when people ask questions, even that to like somebody like them might be a little bit more simple, I think that they can understand that the average person, this isn't going to be a simple concept to them. Like where I think entanglement is not even really that profound. A lot of people are blown away by it. I guess I'll just leave it. I don't want to ramble.
No, I mean, the other thing, Jason, that I would consider too is like kind of like how you have a PhD that deals like with climate science and all that too, right? Like you know, you don't just go into a PhD program willy-nilly and just like, all right,
you want the money.
I'm going to take up the next 6 years of my life dealing with this and, you know, wanting to...
I'm going to do it because I'm going to get a really good job making lots of money. Like, literally,
right.
People don't get PhDs because it's going to be a cushy job. They get it because they have an undying desire to answer questions in this.
That's true.
And they don't do it because they're masochists, though, either. Like the people like that are contributing to mathematical disciplines or whatever, right? I mean, they're doing it as well because they found that they fell in love with the subject and they found this thing interesting enough where they wanted to show some result or like prove some, you know, fanciful new theorem about it, right? So I mean, I think that's something to be reminded of as well.
That's true. I mean, like as an example with Terrence Tao, I mean, he's an educator and he's at Princeton, so I'm sure that he has a recognition of trying to make that his impact is to try to make a connection with people on topics that they may not understand and to not be in the way that I was saying. So I understand that. And just like, I mean, I think like folks like Sean Carroll, I could see like definitely it seems like from his videos that he's an approachable person, that he wants to break these things down. Terrence Tao is probably like that too. So, you know,
but there are people who aren't, and I've met them, Jason, and you start asking them questions and they're just like, they're going over your head and it's almost like they're doing it purposefully because they're more interested in flexing their knowledge than helping you understand. I didn't like say anything to him at the time, but I looking back, I really wish I would have just said something, but I was trying to learn from somebody who was a professional. That was my goal. I walked away with learning something at least. So, I mean, what can you do? But I just add on to that. I can't say that this was done purposefully. I shouldn't say that like this was done purposefully. I think that there are just some people, and quite frankly, I think that when you're talking with people who have PhDs in a subject, it's probably a little bit more likely to find people like this than amongst your average person, that they're the kind of person that probably isn't the greatest at explaining. Like, I would argue most people with a PhD in the subject probably are not the person you would want to ask about fundamental questions in the subject. They have the expertise to give it to you, but they don't have the pedagogical style.
That's true.
That's what makes people like Sean Carroll successful. Not just their knowledge, but their pedagogical style. Like I said, I've talked to people who are physicists who don't really seem to give a shit where your understanding is. I say that, but it's probably that they just don't realize those kinds of, like, they're not, how do I put this in a way that it's not, that makes it so that it's not like they're doing it intentionally. They're not the kind of person who, with respect to their fields of expertise, they don't dumb things down. They just go full bore into it. And it's usually not done purposefully, but they just kind of, and then everything's going over your head and you're just like, I'm learning nothing right now. Like, my questions are being answered and I don't understand the answers even remotely.
I think part of that too is like, what you have to recall is like, for instance, math, the thing I'm learning, effectively it's a language of its own, right?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a family of languages of its own, right? So it's one of these things where, like, when you ask somebody who's a physicist or a mathematician to explain something, right? One of their defaults, unless they're like really into public speaking and know how to do it well, is they're going to start explaining to something. They're going to start explaining it to you
at their level,
in the way that they know how to explain it, right? It's like, look, here's the things we use, here's the methods. If it doesn't make sense, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, the math is consistent, these things are well defined. What is it you don't get, right?
Most people with PhDs do, like Leo said, do not have like a pedagogical training. They do not have training in education. Like, when you go get a PhD, oftentimes you're not, you may have like taught your professor's class. You may have been a research assistant or teaching assistant, but you didn't go to school to like learn how to teach. And oftentimes that's just an assumption that because you have a PhD that you can teach this shit. And oftentimes you got people that are like, I don't even give a fuck. I don't give a shit if anybody likes how I'm teaching or not. I don't even give a fuck about teaching. I'm here for my research.
Yeah.
And so the teaching's just a penalty. I have to do it. The university tells me I have to teach 2 classes a year so I can do my research. So guess what? I'm just going to like do my teaching. If they don't like it, I don't give a fuck. I'm going for grant money, whatever, people have that approach. Not everybody has it, but some people do.
The thing is too, like, I don't blame those people for doing what they want to do. Look, there's some people who know what they know. There's some people who know what they know. There's some people who are very ambitious and, probably would not be very good educators if you try to force them into that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why I don't.
Go ahead.
No. Finish your thought.
Yeah, but in the same token, right? There's also people who just, happen to be gifted enough and happen to be talented enough where they can do both, right? Mm-hmm. Where they happen to be good enough at the thing at both understanding the math and the level of technical sophistication with their field, but also be sensitive enough and able enough to, to do what to convey it to an audience in a way that is accessible.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, sometimes that's just not always true. Like, sometimes it's not always possible.
I gotta go, guys. I'm pressing on the 9 o'clock hour here. I gotta tuck my little daughter.
Is there any way I can get you to stick around for 5 minutes just because I'm gonna end? Yeah. I was gonna make a comment and then let us all give a final word.
Sure.
So the one thing I wanted to say was, and I don't have a PhD. I've never gone through it. I'd at least like to think that I have, like, just from talking, I shouldn't say that I have an understanding of, because I don't. I have a secondhand, I don't know if understanding is the right word. I'm just going to use it. I think you guys will get what I'm saying.
That's
Understanding of it in virtue of like talking with people, but I don't have any first person experiences. But so I can't really say that this might be a good idea, but I do. I at least I wonder if the teaching requirement that generally accompanies a PhD, where you have to like teach for at least like a semester, maybe a year, depending on where you're at, is that really meaning like, because what if, well, but if these people aren't good teachers, if we get them in there, yeah, but does that really mean that they're going to get better, or that they're just going to parse the information in a way that isn't meaningful to who they're talking to? Like, is it really meaningful to have that requirement? Like, if somebody's really just, look, I don't want to teach. I'm not good at sort of explaining my thoughts and concepts to people. I just want to do research. Why make that, like Jason said, it's like a punishment. It's just an obstacle to be overcome at that point. Why put them in a situation to instruct people where that's, number one, it's not what they want to do. Number two, they don't have necessarily a skill for it. Like, what good comes out of that? But
I would say there's an essential good that comes out of that. And the good of that is this. Number one, look, life sucks. It's not fair, right? And part of it is just that's the way the world works sometimes. But the other part of it is
it has to work that way, though.
No, but
particularly if it is
too.
Unfair, then we should just change it.
Well, but the other part of it is this way as well, right? Look, you might know a lot of things in regards to the research you do, but you don't know everything, right?
Of course not.
At some point in your time, if you're trying to prove something, you might need a collaborator. You might need to know somebody who knows how to code something in a certain kind of way, and the method just goes completely over you, and you just, hey, I need help with this thing. I'd be willing to collaborate with you. Maybe we can get some interesting results, publish something on it, yada, yada, right? You might be a mathematician, and you might say, you know what? I know how to do the majority of this, but now it's starting to get into like this analytic number theory kind of jig, and I don't know what to do with it. Could you give me, would you mind like looking at this and seeing like what we could do to resolve some of these, nightmarish issues? And guess what? The issue you're going to have is that if you don't know how to teach, or you don't know how to like publicly outreach to people and how to like cordially instruct, well, you're not going to be able to attract collaborators to the project you're working on, right? And if you want grant money to continue doing this, nobody's going to know about the research you're doing, right? So yeah, you may not enjoy teaching in a lecture hall, but this is also training you about how to teach to a public audience, right? Because it could be that the results you get in your first years of doing a master's or PhD aren't really the results you expect, and you want to explore it further. But if you're not willing to explain your results, if you're not willing to go to a symposium or deal with, the outreach and communication aspects of these sciences, then, well, you're probably not going to get too much further if you're not being funded.
Well, there's a difference between like everybody has to be able to communicate their science. I mean, and certainly like being able to give a lecture, being able to give a seminar, talking about your work, going to a conference, collaborating and working with people on teams in today's scientific endeavors is a requirement. Like the stuff that I do, I have to collaborate with people. If I can't do things on my own, the grants that I go after and the work that I do requires me to collaborate with people on literally almost every, like I don't write papers alone. Well, I mean, I do, but I have collaborators. Or sometimes I write the paper and I have some people on the paper and I do like 95% of the work and they do like 5%. But regardless, you have to collaborate. But that's different than like actually like having a teaching methodology of how to train undergraduates and graduate students. I mean, actually training graduate students is an essential component to your research too, because you want to build your team, and that requires having graduate students and postdocs to work for you to do the underlying stuff that then creates like a group of people that are producing like 10 papers a year, that you want that. But the process of actually teaching like undergraduate classes is like wholly different and requires like a lot of time and effort to be able to Like, think about how do I boil down my ideas, as opposed to me giving a seminar to everybody who's also got a PhD in my area. I'm speaking at the highest level, but I can't speak at the highest level in other ways if I want to be an effective teacher. That requires time and effort, and some people don't want to take that time and effort to do that.
I could respect that. I mean, I think it's part of this thing though of still where it's like, look, there's going to be times where you're going to have to teach people how to, you know,
I
you're going
agree.
to have to teach people. Like, even if you want to consider it lecturing, it's like, look, if you're unable to acquire that skill, like, it's just the tale of Narcissus and Echo again, right? It's like, oh, well, I've been able to prove this mathematical result. Well, who cares? Because if there's something more interesting to it and you want to do more with it, but you can't communicate it, tough luck.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys.
Yep.
Any final words, Jason?
No.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna end the stream there, as we've been going a little over 5 hours, and Jason's gonna head out, and I figured it's probably just a good time to end the stream. Actually, a lot longer than I thought we were gonna go. Thank you to everybody who has joined. I can't pull a name because I don't remember all the names of the people who have joined. But to all of you, much appreciated. The people who came out and showed support. The Lion's Den is growing. I feel really motivated. So I've been doing. I haven't really been up on videos over the last about month and a half, 2 months. I've been doing a shit pile of reading, just preparing for some videos that I want to do. I like to second guess myself a lot, and I'll make a video and then be like, I probably didn't do a good job of this. I need to read more. And then I would make another video, and it's just like an infinite process of never being fucking satisfied. Anyway, so there definitely can be content coming out on my channel. I'm hoping to get a short raw refutations out either today or tomorrow, because it's only 11:02 here. Tomorrow, Thursday, or on Friday. But again, thank you to everybody. This wouldn't have happened without the community, because much like PhDs, I have to I depend on other people to do this, because if I didn't have an audience, it would just be pointless. So big thank you to everybody. Thanks for the support. Subscribe to my channel. Jason, I believe, has a channel. Subscribe to that. Captive Desk, Dave, who has a channel I didn't know about, I am now subscribed. I encourage you all to subscribe to him. He's linked somewhere up in the chat. I don't know how far up people can go. But with that, everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of the Lion's Den. And as always, through reason, we progress, not, like conservative politics. Anyway, bye.